All right, before we begin the session, we kindly invite all participants to type your name and organization in the chat box and post any question or comments here. And first of all, we would like to inform you the PDPA notice. This webinar is being recorded. By participating, your consent to the collection and use for your personal data, name, organization, image, and voice for documentation, reporting, and public communication purposes in accordance with Thailand's PDPA. If you do not consent, please inform the organizer and turn off your camera. Thank you very much. All right, it's now 9:30. And good morning, distinguished speaker, panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to today's online seminar on eco-design, extended producer responsibility or EPR, and post-consumer recycle or PCR content for sustainable plastic packaging management. My name is Hathaikan Srisuk, and it is my pleasure to be your moderator for today's session. And we will officially begin at 9:30 a.m. Thailand time. And in the meantime, kindly ensure that your microphone is mute and you may type your name, your question in the chat box at any time. Thank you for joining us today. And let's move on to the opening remarks. To officially commence today's seminar, it is my great honor to invite Ms. Hiroko Matsuo, Program Management Officer from the United Nations Environment Program, or UNEP, to deliver the opening remarks. Let me check. Hiroko-san, are you here with us?
Yes, thank
Yes,
you.
all right. Good morning, Hiroko-san.
Good morning.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone.
It's nice to see you again.
Very nice to see you. Okay.
Yes,
Good morning.
please welcome.
Okay. Thank you for inviting me, having me as of on behalf of the UNEP. Very good morning, distinguished speakers, partners, and participants. It's a pleasure to join you today. On behalf of the United Nations Environment Program, or UNEP, I warmly welcome you to this special seminar on eco-design and EPR implementation in ASEAN countries, focused on plastic packaging and post-consumer recycled content. This dialogue forms an important component of our project implemented by MTEC and UNEP, with the financial support from the government of Japan. Today's seminar is following yesterday's special seminar on success cases of reusable and refillable packaging systems from Thailand and ASEAN countries. UNEP is pleased to support this initiative as a funding and technical partner, contributing to regional efforts to strengthen sustainable plastic packaging management and accelerate the transition toward a circular economy. Plastic pollution continues to challenge our region environmentally, economically, and socially. Addressing it requires systematic solutions across the product life cycle, eco-design, and EPR among the most powerful tools to shift from reactive waste management toward preventive and upstream approaches. Today's seminar is particularly important because it highlights the strong link between eco-design, EPR, and the uptake of post-consumer recycled content. These elements are interdependent. Without design that enables recyclability, EPR systems struggle to achieve high-quality material recovery. Without effective EPR systems, collection and recycle systems cannot scale. And without a stable demand for recycled materials, markets remain fragile. Bringing those components together is essential for building a functioning circular plastic system. UNEP aims to contribute to creating platforms for regional dialogue and knowledge exchange, such as this one today. ASEAN countries are at different stages of policy development and implementation, but they share common challenges and opportunities. By learning from experiences in different countries represented today, we can accelerate progress. These seminars focus on practical experience, technical understanding, and regional collaboration is exactly what is needed at this stage. Effective eco-design guidelines, well-structured EPR systems, and policies that stimulate recycled content use are not only environmental measures, they also support innovation and market opportunities. I encourage all participants to engage actively in the discussions, share lessons openly, and explore opportunities for cooperation beyond this event. UNEP looks forward to continuing to work with partners in Thailand and across ASEAN to support science-based, inclusive, and practical pathways towards circular plastic systems. I wish you a productive and inspiring sessions today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Hiroko-san, for your inspiring opening remarks and for UNEP continuous support towards sustainable plastic pollution reduction in our region. Our next, so I would like to welcome, it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Asira Phương-Phù-Chat, the Deputy Executive Director of National Materials Technology Center, or MTEC, to deliver the welcome remarks. Dr. Asira, okay, please welcome.
Okay, good morning, everyone, distinguished guests, speakers, and all participants. On behalf of National Metal and Materials Technology Center, MTEC, NASDA, it is my great honor and pleasure to welcome you to today's online seminar. This seminar is a part of a project supported by the United Nations Environment Program, or UNEP. The project Emerging Plastic Pollution Reduction and Management for recovery from the livelihoods and health crisis in Thailand and Fiji. This project is aimed to support research and development, as well as the formulation of policy and technical recommendation to enable sustainable reduction and management of plastic pollution in ASEAN regions. Plastic pollution is particularly from plastic packaging remains one of our most pressing environmental challenges globally, including in our ASEAN region. Its impact extends beyond the environment to public health, livelihoods, and economic resilience. Addressing this challenge requires systemic approach and that integrate innovation, sound policy, and strong collaboration among stakeholders. So eco-design and extended producer responsibility, or EPR, are the critical interventions for that matter. Today's seminar aims to initiate and strengthen regional collaboration and capacity development on eco-design and EPR implementation across ASEAN countries. So hopefully it can provide a valuable platform for knowledge exchange, sharing experience, and this discussion on practical pathway toward effective policy and technological solutions suited for our region context. So I would like to express our sincere gratitude to UNEP for the generous support, to our distinguished speakers for sharing their expertise and experiences, and to all participants for your active engagement and commitment to address plastic pollution. So it is our hope that today's discussion will serve as a meaningful step forward, strong regional cooperation and tangible progress in advancing sustainable plastic pollution reduction and management in ASEAN. I wish everyone a fruitful and engaging session. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Asira, for your warm welcome and for highlighting the importance of research policy alignment and industry engagement in advancing circular plastic packaging system. Thank you once again. All right, I would now like to take you to the technical session. Oh, all right, before we start the technical session, so I would like to invite all speakers that coming with us here to open the camera, and we will take a group photo, online group photo together. All right. I will count 1, 2, 3. If you're ready, okay, please smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more time. Okay, one more time, please. Okay. 1, 2, 3. ไม่ขึ้นหรอ เอาเหรอ พี่อ๋องได้ไหมคะ Okay, so one more time, please. Sorry. Okay, thank you very much. All right, it's time to move on to the technical session now, and it is my pleasure to introduce Ms. Urak. She is an advocacy manager at the EU ASEAN Business Council, where she leads the council's work on sustainability, energy, and transport. Her focus is on advancing ASEAN's green transition, with particular emphasis on circular economy, decarbonization, and carbon market development. She regularly engages with policymakers, industry leaders, and regional platforms to support evidence-based policy and stronger public-private collaboration. And she will present us today an overview of how EPR, eco-design, and recycled content can be synergized for sustainable plastic packaging management. So before I hand over the floor, may I kindly confirm that everything is technically ready on your side, Ms. Urak? Hello, good morning.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. If possible, I'll just share my screen.
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Can you speak
Yes,
louder,
can you hear
please?
me well? Okay, can you hear me well now?
Okay, it's okay. Okay. Can you just like volume up your sound?
Yes, I'll try my best to speak as
Okay,
loud
it's
as
better.
possible. It's
Okay,
better now?
okay. Okay, yes,
Perfect.
the time is your.
Perfect. I'll just share my screen. I hope you can all see my screen now.
Yes, we see your screen.
Perfect.
Yes, perfect.
Okay, thank you so much. So good morning, everyone, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the kind invitation to this webinar. My name, as already introduced, is Ulrike Sengström, and I serve as Advocacy Manager at the EU ASEAN Business Council. So in this role, we work closely with the European industry players as well as with ASEAN partners to advance policy frameworks that support sustainability, circular economy, and the green transition. So the green transition is not just an environmental imperative, it's also a significant economic opportunity, especially here in the ASEAN region. Moving towards a circular economy can unlock new industries, create jobs, and strengthen long-term resilience and competitiveness. At the EU-ASEAN Business Council, we published a report last year together with our industry partners focused on extended producer responsibility, or EPR. So we generally believe that well-designed EPR systems are central to achieving this transition and provide a structured and accountable way to reduce waste and recover valuable resources. So today I'd like to focus on how extended producer responsibility, eco-design, and recycled content standards can work together to strengthen circular systems in ASEAN. So rather than viewing these as separate policy tools, I'd like to suggest that the alignment is what determines whether circular economy ambitions can truly scale up in the region. So before we begin, and I'm sure many of you are aware, but there's growing awareness and increasing sustainability commitments here in the ASEAN region, but still we face an enormous waste management challenge. The region generates millions of tons of plastic waste annually, and over 500,000 tons of this waste are leaked into oceans every year. This makes the region responsible for over half of global marine plastic pollution, as well as to many other environmental issues back home. This is not only an environmental challenge, it also represents a missed economic opportunity. A successful transition to circular economy could add an estimated $300 billion to ASEAN's GDP and create millions of jobs in the next years. One of the most effective policy tools to address this challenge and to realize the associated economic opportunities is extended producer responsibility. So EPR places the responsibility for the full life cycle of products and packaging on the producers who put them on the market, including for the collection, the recycling, and the safe disposal of those products. When it's well designed, EPR builds the cost of waste management into product pricing. This creates strong incentives to reduce waste, design better packaging, and use more recyclable materials. Importantly, for EPR to work, all stakeholders need to be engaged and work together. This includes the producers themselves, but also the governments, the waste managers, as well as the consumers. Only when everyone works together can EPR become a scalable and sustainable solution. Based on global best practices and business insights, our report outlines 6 essential design principles that should underpin effective EPR policies. So let me go through these 6 principles relatively quickly. First, we have legislative clarity. EPR must be grounded in robust legal frameworks with clear defined objectives, a precise scope of materials, as well as well-defined stakeholder responsibilities. Second, we have industry-led compliance. Producers should meet the obligations either individually or preferred through producer responsibility organizations that are industry-led but held accountable by government oversight. This ensures efficiency while keeping producers closely involved in the system design and performance. Third, EPR systems need measurable and enforceable collection as well as recycling targets tailored by sector and material that are aligned with the nation's circular economy goals. Fourth, we have local adaptation and inclusion. Importantly, especially in ASEAN, frameworks must reflect local realities. This includes integrating and recognizing the vital role of the informal sector from the beginning of policy design all the way to implementation. Fifth, we have fee coverage and transparency. These must be adequate to cover the full net cost of waste management, from collection and sorting to recycling and administration. But importantly, they must be ring-fenced for this purpose. And transparency in how these fees are calculated and spent is essential to building trust among all the different stakeholders. Finally, and this I'll go into more detail on the next slide, we have other additional solutions such as eco-design and recycled content. Within EPR systems themselves, this can take the form of eco-modulated fees, meaning that EPR fees are higher for materials that are more difficult to recycle and so reward better design choices. This drives innovation and prevents waste at the source. So together, these principles create EPR systems that are fair, transparent, and scalable, and deliver both environmental as well as economic benefits. However, to close the loop, EPR must be aligned with upstream and downstream policy tools, including eco-design requirements and recycled content standards. Eco-design principles operate at the very beginning of a product lifecycle. They influence how products and packaging are designed, whether materials are compatible, for example, with existing recycling systems, whether components can be easily separated, and whether problematic additives are avoided. In practice, eco-design determines whether materials entering the waste stream can realistically be recovered at a high quality. So without this design alignment, even well-functioning collection systems struggle to deliver effective recycling outcomes. Second, we have recycling content standards. These, on the other hand, create demand for recovered products by requiring or incentivizing their incorporation into new products. This demand signal is critical for investment, especially in recycling infrastructure. Additionally, material quality will also improve because there will be more market demand and value for high-quality recycled goods. Additionally, circular value chains become more economically viable because secondary materials can now compete easier with virgin inputs and face more demand. Importantly, however, all these elements, so the EPR system, the eco-design requirements, as well as the recycled content standards, must be well aligned with each other and with the local realities to ensure that they provide a coherent and supportive framework. So let's now take a very quick look at where ASEAN stands on EPR and related policy developments today. ASEAN member states are at very different stages of developing EPR frameworks. Out of the 10 member states, 6 have already implemented or are currently actively developing EPR frameworks. This includes the Philippines and Vietnam, which have already passed EPR laws. Then we have also Malaysia, Thailand, and Indonesia, which are currently in the process of developing and drafting legal EPR frameworks that are set to come into force in the coming years. We also have Singapore, which has introduced some producer responsibility elements, such as reporting obligations or its current rollout of its deposit return scheme, but these do not yet constitute a full EPR framework. And finally, we have the remaining ASEAN member states, which are not yet at the stage where they have EPR drafts under development. While this process is encouraging, the level of alignment with the 6 key design principles we outlined earlier remains quite mixed. In fact, most countries are not fully aligned with more than 2 or 3 of these design principles. Additionally, eco-design and recycled content measures remain even more limited than EPR policies in most countries, with only some ASEAN countries having actively developed such policies. This lack of consistency results in a fragmented policy landscape, which creates a lot of uncertainty for businesses and also undermines environmental outcomes and prevents the emergence of a regional circular economy. So our analysis has identified 3 major challenges that need to be addressed for EPR and related waste management and circular economy policies to be successful. First, within ASEAN, many countries are still lacking strong national EPR frameworks, both in terms of policy as well as in terms of infrastructure. Regulations often remain unclear or under-enforced, and waste management infrastructure, especially in rural areas, remains underdeveloped. This makes compliance difficult and limits the effectiveness of systems in actually reducing waste. Second, ASEAN's EPR systems still remain fragmented. Businesses operating across the region face different definitions, reporting requirements, and classifications, as well as different eco-design incentives, creating compliance burdens and slowing regional progress. And third, even where recycling happens, markets for recycled materials remain weak and demand remains low. Given inconsistent standards and trade restrictions, the development of a market for recycled materials still remains quite limited. So to address these challenges, we propose a number of recommendations for building effective, efficient, and scalable EPR systems across the regions. So the first step is to strengthen national EPR frameworks and the infrastructure that supports them. So this includes developing sector-specific EPR regulations based on the 6 core principles we outlined earlier, and complementing this with incentives for sustainable product and packaging design. Additionally, there's a need to expand infrastructure through public-private partnerships and for community-based initiatives. And this also then includes integrating informal workers into the waste management systems. Our second recommendation is that while national frameworks are an essential first step, regional alignment is critical to scale circular economy practices in this region. While full harmonization may not be feasible, alignment on core elements like who qualifies as a producer, which materials are covered, and how fees are calculated can create clarity and scale. This also applies to eco-design principles and recycled content standards. The better these are aligned regionally as well as with global standards, the better the environmental and economic outcomes are likely to be. Additionally, mutual recognition of compliance schemes can also help enable interoperability across ASEAN markets. And at the ASEAN level, such regional cooperation can be driven by dedicated platforms and engagement to help drive alignment. The third priority is to build a viable market for recycled materials so that waste doesn't just get collected but re-enters the economy, especially at a high quality. Today, demand for recycled content across ASEAN countries often remains low and inconsistent. Standards often vary and verification is difficult. To address this, we recommend developing and aligning standards for recycled content and eco-labeling to improve clarity and trust. Standardizing systems for tracking and verifying recycled content is necessary as well. Additionally, unlocking green financing mechanisms to support investment in recycling infrastructure and innovation will complement these recycling standards. Building a robust regional market for recycled materials is essential in making EPR systems work and in making them economically viable. So, in conclusion, while EPR systems are essential for addressing ASEAN's waste challenge, the most important point is that effective circular systems depend on policy coherence, both within each country, but also on a regional level where possible. So EPR, eco-design principles, and recycled content standards all play their part, and when these elements are aligned, they reinforce each other. ASEAN already has clear momentum on this, with a lot of countries expending effort to develop policies and infrastructure in this field. The next step is to not simply adopt more policies, but to align them and integrate them in a way that strengthens regional resilience and competitiveness. I've also linked our report via the QR code, so please feel free to scan it and let me know if you have any questions. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to present.
All right, thank you very much for comprehensive overview and for clearly illustrating how these mechanisms reinforce one another. I think your presentation will help set the foundation for today's discussion by connecting policy frameworks with practical implementation strategies. Thank you very much. Thank you once again. We will open for the question now, or we will move to the next speaker first. Ms. Ulrich, you will be here with us for the whole session, right?
Yes, I'll be here for the whole session.
Oh,
So I can also answer any questions later as they come in.
Oh, so we can discuss during the session, right? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you once again. So, right, our next speaker is Dr. Sirikan Visit Suvarnabhum from MTEC. She's the research specialist from MTEC Thailand, and she will share insights on Thailand's readiness in eco-design EPR implementation and PCR integration within the packaging value chain. Dr. Sirikan, yes, the time is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction. So my talk today, PCR readiness in Thailand. So this talk is a project finding from the main project supported by UNEP. So the main project is Emergent Plastic Pollution Reduction and Management for Recovery from the Livelihoods and Health Crisis, which implemented in 2 countries, Thailand and Fiji. For our part at MTEC, we focus on the output one of the project to develop policy and business cooperation for improving plastic product management and packaging industry in Thailand. And the project duration, and we started in July last year, and it's gonna end soon next month. Right, this is the project framework. So you can see that there are 3 main activities in this project. For the talk today, I will be focusing on the activity 1, that is to promote high quality post-consumer recycled plastics in packaging industry in Thailand. And yesterday we have covered for activity 2. And next week we will be discussing on the promoting of coordination among key government stakeholders in Thailand. And for the type of plastic that we are focusing on is on rigid plastic packaging, focus on the 3 main resins, HDPE, PET, and PP. Before we move on, I would like to again echo what our first speaker, Ms. Ulrich, has mentioned about the plastic waste situation in this region. And Thailand is more or less the same. We actually rank number 10 out of the world in terms of marine plastic debris, with in 2023, Thailand actually produced around 3 million tons of plastic waste per year, and that equals to around 45 kilograms of plastic waste per capita, which makes us a little bit higher than the global average. And in terms of recycling, we actually can recycle around 20% of the plastic waste. And even though we are main plastic exporter, but we actually lost a lot of recyclable plastic into waste, and that costs around 4 billion USD per year. So this is the landscape of the plastic packaging value network in Thailand. You can see that on the upstream level, we actually have a large resin producers. We produce around 9 million tons of plastic resin a year. And then we have a large number of converters, but most of them are actually SMEs. And then on the other side, on the end of life management, most of the recyclable plastic is actually managed by what we call salings, or the informal sector in Thailand. Apparently there's actually around 1 million people are actually working in waste informal sector in Thailand. And for the municipal solid waste has been collected and managed mainly by the local municipalities over the country. And for recycling, we have around 15 to 20 companies that are large recycling facilities in Thailand. And the rest of the waste are mainly processed by smaller scale processors and small recycling facilities. And this is just to highlight the share of the plastic products and the number of plastic manufacturers in Thailand. So you can see here that we actually export a lot within to like ASEAN regions, around 29%, and most of the export products are packaging. In terms of manufacturers, you can see that over like 70% of plastic industry in Thailand are converter manufacturer, and around 12% are recyclers. In terms of the downstream side, as I mentioned, that we have some large recycling facilities, most of them located in the central areas of Thailand. Interestingly though, you can see from the pie chart here that around 60% of the recycling facilities in Thailand actually small recyclers with less than 100-ton capacity. And for the larger capacity, over 10,000 ton is only sum up to around 3% in terms of numbers of recycling facilities. And from the market reports by the World Bank in 2020, you can see that most of the small recycling facilities that work on PP, HDPE, and LL or LDPE, whereas the large recycler mainly focus on PET recycling. Okay, and this one, I want to show you the plastic waste generation and recycling rates. For plastic waste generation, the highest is LDPE and LLDPE, whereas PET is only around around 400,000 tons per year. You can see differences in the colors. These are from different sources of material flow analysis. The blue one is from the WWF in 2017. The orange one is from World Bank in 2018, and the green one is from the Plastic Institute of Thailand in 2021. And in terms of recycling rates, as you can see, is kind of normal practice globally that PET has the highest recycling rate, which is around 50%. This number is also similar to the EU, I guess. But for recycling here is include like open loop and closed loop recycling. I think for closed loop recycling is only around a bit less than 20%. And for HDPE is around 20%, and for LLDPE and PP are still somewhat lower. But what you can see here, you can see probably the variations in terms of the data from different sources and from different years. This is because of the methodology and the definition or the inclusion of the plastic products in the calculation and modeling. And it also highlights or reflects that we actually still lacking, or there's a big gap in terms of data that kind of standardized and that can be used amongst like national standard. So this is one of the key area to reflect on as well in terms of data and data platform. And in terms of policy and regulatory landscape, I think you are now aware that Thailand is under the drafting of the Circular Economy Act. This draft act is meant to be a big umbrella of the regulations related to circular economy, and packaging and single-use plastic is one of the main focus under this Circular Economy Act. And I just highlight here that some of the upstream measures that has been highlighted or has been mentioned in this draft act. First is to bans on foams and oxo-degradable plastics. I think this has been implemented for quite some time already in Thailand. And also the mention of the minimum thickness of plastic bags, the maximum void space, and also to increase recycled content and to promote eco-design. However, this act is still under the drafting stage, as well as and also like the PCD or the Pollution Control Department in Thailand has already developed the plastic waste management roadmap and the action plan. Now we under the phase 2 of the action plan. I think you can hear more about this in the afternoon session because we have a speaker, Kun Wasana from PCD, to discuss with us in further details. And also, Thailand is also under the Draft Sustainable Packaging Act. This is the act that focuses on the mechanism for EPR for packaging. You can see the diagram here, which highlights the main mechanisms under the draft EPR. So the producers will have to be responsible for the end-of-life management of their products, including the packaging as well. It's either by doing that themselves or pay EPR fee to support the work by the Producer Responsibility Organization, or PRO. And under this EPR, I think the emphasis is on supporting the collection and recycling to the local municipalities, as well as to mandate segregation at source to consumers and to households, so that we can have higher and better quality of the incoming materials to produce high quality PCR. And on the left-hand side, you can see that there are some roles and responsibilities that has been mentioned under the Draft Sustainable Packaging Act, especially for the upstream one. You can see that design for recyclability, reuse, reduce, and the ban on chemicals of concern and the recycle content verification system, as well as the eco-design guidelines, has been mentioned in the draft act. However, I think the progress or the status now is still waiting to be considered by the government, which we have just elected earlier this month. So we will have to wait and see how the progress on the consideration of this draft act will be. And in terms of comparison, as Ms. Urek has mentioned and has shown us a little bit on the comparison of the EPR framework, I think to look a bit closely in terms of different modules under the EPR, you can see that the definition of producers is one thing that is still unclear in Thailand, like who will be and who will not be under the EPR Act. And for example, in Vietnam, they actually have the financial and the turnover thresholds to actually details of like how much in terms of market value or market share of each producer will be included in the EPR or not. And for Philippines, actually, they have SME exemptions and thresholds actually clearly defined. On the other hand, I think the upstream measures is also important. So for the EU, they actually have a clear recycled content targets, as well as the labeling and standardized data on packaging. Whereas in Vietnam, they are also under discussion of recycled content, I think, as well as Malaysia. And for Philippines, they actually have credits that can be earned for verified recycled content that put in each packaging. And in Thailand, we are still discussing about the eco-design criteria, the potential for eco-modulation fees, and some incentives that may be under consideration, but but these key elements are still lacking, and it needs to be discussed and actually be more clearly defined under the EPR, so that we can have an effective implementation of EPR in the future. And let's have a look on the eco-design packaging practices in Thailand. I think in 2019, we actually implement the phase out of the cap seal, which is one of the very successful intervention by the government. I think the key success factor behind this is because it's actually benefit both the environment and the manufacturers. And the practice is just you just change the design of the caps so that it can reduce or remove this leakage of the capsule to the environment. And this has been now widely adopted by the bottle manufacturers in Thailand. Another one that is currently increasing more and more in the market is the tethering of the caps. So you can see here that without the caps being tethered, it can be leaked into the environment, although the caps can actually recycled under the current infrastructure in Thailand. So now we can see some of the big brands for beverage production actually adopted these tethering caps, but however, the main challenge remains with the consumer perception, because the consumers still need effective education and communication why the caps are tethered. I think now it's common practice in the EU, but in Thailand it's just been quite early stage, and consumers are still more used to opening up the cap like completely and make them feel more convenient that way. But now they actually don't understand why some brands actually change into this format. And there's still some design flaw to be improved by the locking system when you reclose the cap. So that's something you have to look out for when you implement something new and the customer are still not aware of why such implementation has been done. And in terms of eco-design or more upstream of solutions, we have seen a lot of eco-design implementation in the beverage bottle sector in Thailand. You can see for some brands, it started with using like reduced materials or reduced plastic by making the bottles thinner, or the caps being thinner, and also they have put in the post-consumer recycled content from PET, which is now approved by the Thai FDA to be used in food contact materials, and also some of the design to remove the sleeve. These implementation of eco-design, however, are more of the industry-led, and it depends on the brand owner initiatives. And still, what remaining challenge is that consumers still lack of the know-how how to actually manage all this packaging at end of life stage. Should they remove the cap completely, even though they are tethered? Should they remove the sleeves or let everything all together? And then in terms of the adoption, is still lacking of the industrial standard or the harmonized guideline for design for recyclability. And in terms of flexible packaging, we can see that some companies or brand owners actually implement this innovative solution of monomaterial flexible packaging. However, even though you have the design for recyclable packaging, it's still questionable whether these packaging can be collected back for recycling or not. And at the same time, these innovative solutions come with a cost. So if the brand owner adopted this, they have to find a way to reduce the cost from other like elements of the packaging or of the products, or otherwise they have to increase the price, which is not good for them in terms of the market competitiveness. So it's still lacking in terms of incentives, or actually in terms of how to actually absorb or cover for the difference in the cost of these innovative solutions for the brand owners. And we have seen some companies that provide like more of the comprehensive sustainable packaging solution. For example, Unilever, they have been using rethinking plastic packaging by using less plastic, better plastic by adopting recycled content, or they have changed to alternative materials, as well as has provide some of the upstream solution, such as the refill station for their products as well. And amongst all these examples of the current eco-design and upstream solutions that are happening in Thailand, I think you can see that they are mainly industry-led, and it's kind of fragmented efforts by each like big brands, international brands, or the brands that has like ESG commitments. In terms of the infrastructure to actually support eco-design and recycled content implementation, we have reviewed here that some of the current Thailand standard and guidelines, but most of them remain voluntary. So the first one is the Thailand Green Label by TEI. This is to focus on eco-friendly design and recycled plastic. And they have some key requirements, but these are still voluntary. Another one is the recycled plastic, which apply to products that made from more than or equal to 50% of plastic by waste, but exclude food contact packaging. Also highlight some of the key requirements that the products need to meet to have this kind of label into the products. But I think from our review, I think very few products that has certified with this label at the moment. And another one, in terms of recycled content, you can see that not just the mechanical or the properties of the recycled content, you have to already concern about the traceability or where the input materials has come from, because Thailand has banned on the has banned on the import of the plastic waste. So it is kind of a key requirement to actually confirm that the PCR actually come from the domestic waste or not, and whether it is post-consumer or just post-industrial. So we have this Thai conformity assessment standard outlined already by the TC. And also Plastic Institute of Thailand has developed the certification and labeling of recycled, post-consumer recycled content as well. And here I would like to just highlight the key development of the eco-design guideline for packaging that has been led by TIP MC and the FTI. The guideline actually adopted from or adapted from like internationally eco-design guideline like Recyclass or CFlex, and they have now like drafted to have 3 main categories for full compatibility, limited compatibility, or no compatibility in terms of traffic lights like green, yellow, and red. However, this eco-design guideline has been mainly led by the industry and still under the drafting stage, but we can see that a lot of progress has been done and a lot of stakeholder discussion among like key industrial partner has been progressing very well. And I think MTEC also part of the drafting team in terms of testing requirements for recyclability as well. And next, let's move on to see how the PCR has currently been implemented or has been used in the market. So this is from the report by a market study. It shows that PCR plastic market revenue share is mainly like around 33% is for RPT, followed by RHDPE, RPP, and some fewer percent from flexible like LDP and LLDP. And in terms of the market revenue share by application, almost 60% is for packaging, followed by automotive and electrical and electronics equipment. And this is from our project work. We have surveyed almost 100 packaging that containing recycled content in Thailand's market. Around 60%, similar number. You can see here that it's made from rPET, and around 20% is made from rHDPE. The sector that we've seen the most is for rPET is for food contact packaging. For rHDPE, we see in home care and personal care packaging. But one of the key concern is that once you increase the recycled content, especially for rPET into clear packaging, you can see that the color change. The color becomes darker and yellowish. So this one is one of the main challenges in terms of incorporating PCR and in the packaging. We have highlighted here some of the key PCR landscape right now in Thailand. So rPET now it can be used up to 100%. For rHDPE, what we see is around 30%. And for RPP, around 10 to 30%, but it is still very limited. And some of them have to use chemically recycled content for PCR in terms of RPP, and also limited use for LDPE and LLDPE. And as I mentioned, the key technical challenges for rPET is the color inconsistency and PVC contamination, probably from the labels, and some of the adhesives are still difficult to be removed, as well as there is no specification of what the types of plastic has been used for the labels. And for RPP, because it has been used for so many applications, now there are still some of the material flow index mismatch between different kind of application. And also there's some decontamination mainly from the food contact packaging. And for flexible packaging, not only the challenge from the high contamination, but also the logistic challenge and the property degradation after recycling for LDPE and LLDPE as well. So here, just to sum up about the market dynamics, that we have some drivers in terms of EPR, but since it's not mandatory yet, so it can be constrained. We have available infrastructure in terms of mechanical recycling capacity, but still we need to incorporate more of the informal sector. And even though the brand owners, especially the multinational brands, have committed to incorporating PCR, but the commitment are still very voluntary and is very limited to spill over to domestic brands and SMEs. Consumers have some awareness on plastic pollution, but they still doesn't want to purchase eco-design products with higher price. There's some financial support, but the PCR recycled content performance doesn't directly link to the financial incentives that currently available right now. And also we have available technology, but mainly available for larger scale recycling facilities. So the SME is still lacking behind. And this is from what we have reviewed so far. I think the main gaps and challenges are in fourfold. So the first one is a fragmented efforts, mainly led by the industry. And we have very weak market drivers, very low demand for recycled content in Thailand and in the region as well. And also lack of the standardized and harmonized standards and certification system. And the law or the regulation is still very weakly enforced. So we really need to increase the demand of PCR in Thailand. I think maybe we can mandate recycled content for plastic packaging and to unlock food contact regulations, especially for RHDPE that has already been technically feasible right now. And we need to harmonize the standard and guideline as well as to mandate the segregation at source so we have a better quality of the incoming waste to produce PCR. And also we need to develop the infrastructure in terms of data and monitoring, as well as to increase the awareness for the consumer and provide like early education on sustainable plastic solutions. And last but not least, I would like to thank all my team who are behind this work, as well as to work on every part of the project. And also, I want to shout out to all Thailand and ASEAN country partners that thank you very much for attending our webinar today. And we are very happy to collaborate with you all. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Sirikan, for the valuable national perspective and data-driven insights. And now we will quickly move to the next speaker. Next, we are honored to welcome Dr. Kumara, the director of IGES Center collaborating with UNEP on Environmental Technology, CCET, and a principal researcher at the Institute for Global Environmental Strategies. He is a development planner with over 30 years of experience. He specializes in sustainable urban development, integrated waste and resource management, circular economy approaches, and participatory planning. His work supports governments across Asia and Pacific in development, evidence-based policy, 3R strategies, and climate-aligned waste system. Dr. Kumara holds a PhD in management development from Nihon Fukushi University, Japan, and has contributed extensively to academic and policy publications. And today, he will share lessons from Japan on eco-design guidelines and EPR implementation, and what ASEAN countries may learn from this experience. Dr. Kumara, the time is yours. May we confirm that your audio and slides are working properly?
Yeah.
Right. Good morning from Thailand.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly. We can hear you clearly.
Okay, so let me share my slide.
Yes, we can see your slide now.
Okay, is it in the full screen?
Yes, full screen already. Perfect.
Okay, so thank you again for
You're welcome.
very nice introduction, and also inviting me to this very important event. So actually, I'm not Japanese, so but I would like to share a Japanese experience. The organizers asked me because while I'm based in Japan and also doing some of my research work with Japanese waste management and circular economy, I hope that my presentation maybe cover some of areas the participants can learn, and I also would like to learn from you what's happened in other ASEAN countries. So the organizers asked me to talk about the eco-design guideline and EPR implementation in Japan, a little bit looking at the plastic packaging and post-consumer recycled content. So I found they have quite good connection, but at the same time different roles. I'm very much happy that my previous two speakers give a very good introduction to the topics, and they explain the challenges and also importance of addressing these points. So let me discuss Japan case in line with what you have already heard. from other two. So I would like to show one slide first. I'm not going to give more data. But this, I hope this figure may be interesting to see the plastic waste management in Japan. So as mostly when looking at ASEAN plus three countries, so Japan is of course is quite a good position in doing waste management, including plastic waste management. But still, you can see recycling rates are still not remarkably happy stage. We can see most of plastic at the moment, post-use plastic waste at the moment is incinerated. So in that case, I think the discussion is very important. So how Japan is taking actions to move from this, the most of their plastic, more productive use of recovery and recycling and reuse rather than the incineration and final disposal. So in that case, I would like to first basically discuss what's the policy development, and then I will a little bit discuss how these policies is Japan trying to implement, because I think this is very important for ASEAN countries. Because I feel like a previous speakers also mentioned, so most countries is starting, ASEAN member state is starting developing policies. This is very important in the first stage. But at the same time, I feel implementation of the policies is also a challenging part. Even though we have policies, if it's not properly implemented, it's make still the challenge in the issues. So how Japan started developing policies? It's going back in long time, because they started like from the waste management, and then it's moved towards to the recycling. And waste management started in 1970s. The Waste Management and Public Cleansing Act. I feel when we see in some ASEAN countries, so you are the member these countries, some countries are in this stage, so they is developing their waste management policies and act and trying to address waste management for environmental and public health issue. So most challenges how to collect waste and also how to properly dispose this waste. So I think this is a first stage of waste management. When I see in Japan also, they found this issue in 1970. But that's the start, how to handle properly the waste management. So then we found they gradually moved to the next stage of promoting recycling. So to reduce waste to go to landfill. So they came up with this proper disposal, incineration, and recycling. For that, to promote recycling, so they came up with the promotion of sorted collection and recycling container and packaging act. I'm coming with this packaging one because my subject today is packaging. So that's the time that they started in 1995 to start some packaging waste to sort it out at the sources and collect them separately. So you can see in 1997, so they started with 5 items in the figure. You can see in the left side. So glass bottles, PET bottles, and steel cans, aluminum cans, and paper cartoons. And then in 2000, so gradually increased these items to plastic container and packaging, and paper container and packaging, and cardboard box. So it's increased, the list increasing. I think that's something very important lessons. They not start from everything from the beginning. So it started with that time availability of recycling situation and the capacity to collect, and in that list should be decided based on the capacity of the countries, and then gradually increase the list for the things. But it's still mostly focused on recycling. Then we found that it's go to the further into the more towards circular economy, what we are now discussing. So for that, most important policy came Plastic Resource Circulation Act in 2021. It was effective in 2022. I think this is very important today, my discussion on this eco design and PCR, because that's the place that they mention much on promote sustainable plastic use and recycling throughout its life cycle. So not only the downstream waste management, but the upstream design part was considered heavily in this act. So mostly emphasize on the resource circulation rather than recycling and only recycling and disposal. So it addresses 4 main areas. So design and manufacturing. So it's mostly encourage manufacturers to adapt environmental friendly design, eco designs, and provide guidelines that to promote reduction of plastic use and also reuse of parts and incorporation of recycling material in the whole life cycle. And also it encourage to retain and service to reduce single-use plastic from the business sector. And waste management also encourage collection and recycling. So then the plastic separation at household level also change to some cities started changing to collect additional plastic material separately for proper recycling. And for that, whole society, like household, citizens, and local government, businesses, work together to implement. So that's the system. So that created for this new area. So then what we see when going to this policy, this 2022 policy to implement, it's very important. I think some discussed some issues in this implementation. So Japan has introduced a few very important points. So one is a mandatory national certification system for plastic packaging. For that's actually affected this year, last month, 24 January. So after 2022 regulations, they developed this mandatory national certification system for plastic packaging, and this year, January 24, it was came to effect. And that's give very good important things how to handle this eco design part and also PCR part, because I heard some mention. So what materials? So first thing is PET beverage and bottles were include. There were four type of materials. First one is PET beverage and bottles. So it's mentioned the important color, labels, printing, and a lot of technical criteria for identified to support this the eco design and recycling. And also they set up target. Each one set up target in PET one. So they have target. PET bottle must be contain at least 15% of recycled or bio-based plastic to certify. In the cosmetic and containers, and also the same. So they identified importance of targets, recycling targets, 60% recycled content should be required. So household cleaning product, it's 10 to 25% recycled plastic or biomass plastic. should be applied. Stationary, so the regulations and the certificate system identified reduction also, reduce plastic by at least 20% compared to the conventional products. So in that way, it's make more comprehensive target into the certification system. So this is one of things. So I saw Thailand also. I done a very good survey to understand. So this how much this PCR should be can be utilized. So I think that's maybe first thing, and identify targets. And the second one, so how they going for the implementation. So this package and certification system. So first they done in the mandatory eco-design rules. So this is happened in 2022, and then set up PCR requirements and from the different products in the different level, and material reduction requirement, and material restriction, and government procurement incentives are also identified, because some certified products can gain advantage from the green purchasing laws and compliance framework, mandatory assessment and submission and technical evaluation. So these steps are very much important when going to implement the eco-design and PCR. And then we found for that, so they have 5 steps for the certification system. So based on the technical design requirement, the companies should submit their technical data, and then government assess the company's applications, and then grant the certification. And after getting the certification, these products have some possibility to approve the circular markets products and market advantage. So they need to follow these steps in getting this application. So then, how EPR can play a role in this eco design and plastic packaging recycling? So what we see in Japan case, what I see, so they started the EPR with the packaging EPR structure with before eco design. So it is more part with the sorted and collection of the packaging waste. So everybody have a responsibility, even though it is EPR, because it's an extended producer responsibility. But in Japan, one to EPR properly happen in plastic packaging, everybody have a role. So citizens, like in myself also, we need to have properly separate the waste based on the rules in the local governments, and dispose them properly. So then municipalities or hired the company is collected and go to the additional sorting, and the recycling companies is properly doing the recycling, and then produce finance this whole recycling process. So this is happened. Then, so what's the coming from this new eco designs one? I feel it's not monetary support for EPR, but it's helped to strengthen the EPR system because manufacturers are now more responsible and ensure for the production come to the market, and the use and the post-use can be properly and easily utilized for the recycling, because the manufacturers need to, under this new eco-design certificate, manufacturers ensure their label removal, resin type, higher PCR content. So all these are enable the implementation of the EPR rather than bringing money to the system. The previous the way that the EPR is original EPR have already set up is the cost is covered by the producer for collection and recycling. So that I feel this eco design and PCR is very important for the EPR to further mobilize the recycling activities. So then there were two very important things is how these things happen on the ground, who are the responsible and making these activities institutional setup. Different countries have different things, EPR, so some are discussing how to make this PRO. In Japan, when I looking at these two subjects, EPR and eco labeling, eco design labeling. So there were two institutes is playing national designated institutions role. One is we call Resource Circulation Research Center is designated to the national institution to verify technical compliance on eco design certificates. So they are the one who run this whole process of giving certificate to the eco design when the companies are submitted. So they conduct design surveys and confirm to eco design criteria, and they also officially designated for the relevant ministries. And then they will review certification and ensure their standard qualities, and then this makes and then they give the certificate. So this is something independent agencies so who are responsible to giving the eco design certificate. This is same in the EPR also. There is a independent designated national institution for responsible for implementing EPR. We call Japan Container and Packaging Recycling Association. So they are responsible in managing or administrating the producers' recycling fees and coordinate the government, municipalities, and recyclers, and they contract certified recyclers and ensure efficient and transparent use of recycling fund and support the municipality sorted collection by receiving and allocating collected waste. So this kind of a institution, a designated institution role and their functions is very important to properly implement the target activities. So then let me go my last slide. Sorry. So what I see from the lessons for ASEAN countries, I think it is important to introduce mandatory eco-design standards, what Japan has done. So, but in when looking at ASEAN context, I think it is better to have harmonized standard for ASEAN member states. So I think it is it's also identified in the ASEAN plastic and marine litter framework, regional framework also. This can identify the importance of packaging requirements, minimum PCR inclusion, and then easy for the governments to have something harmonized common standard. And also EPR scheme with performance target. EPR experience in Japan also shows us it is strong results when producers financial responsibility and national guideline define design and recycle contents and certification system. And the national certification system for eco-design also very important. And this important to have proper targets and also structure how to do that. And most important thing is when come to the PCR plastic. So how to build a proper supply and demand system, because I heard from the previous speakers also, one challenge is still not in proper waste separation, even in Japan. So this, we are now, some cities going to start to further separate, asking the citizens to separate plastic for recycling. Have it is still the countries, some ASEAN member states are still, some countries are in the very beginning of the source separation and proper collection systems, and mostly happen in informal sector. So, but it is very important to create a proper downstream source separation and collection to get the best quality recycle material for the recycling. And also it's showed in the Japan one, also show us it is very important to negotiate with the use of these recycling materials for food grade. We need to be discuss how to use them in the recycled material in the new products, because I know in some countries there are public health regulations not allowed to use recyclable products to the food products. So it is very important to discuss both the supply and demand side. And also, as I mentioned, so Japan's another one came. So eco labeling, eco design, PCR, so all are still focused on the promoting recycle, but reuse and reduction also very important in the discussion in Japan. And I think this is very important in ASEAN cities to think about rather than only recycling part, because this is very important in the discussion of the eco design activities. And finally, not least, I think it is very important to strong government, industry, and municipal collaborations. So I will stop here. I would like to have any discussions in the later. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much for sharing Japan's practical experience and policy evolution journey, Dr. Kumara. And we still have time for Q&A sessions. So I would like to invite all participants here to turn on your camera or microphone to ask the question to our speaker. You can raise your virtual hand. Are there any participant would like to turn on your microphone here? We have one in the chat box. Oh, okay. Yorgo, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Kumara-san. It's really inspiring presentation, especially the newly introduced eco-design standard certification system. So I actually put in my question in the chat. So the case of Japan, how were the specific values, numerical values for the minimum recycled content standards determined for each plastic product category? Maybe they decided those numbers based on the other countries that already introduced those standards. But I think also they assessed the industry readiness and also the availability of the recycled materials. They should be taken into the consideration to decide those numbers. So if you know the process of determining the numbers of those standards, could you please share some of your insights on that process? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Hiroko-san, for this question. I'm sorry, I'm not fully involved the process, but my understanding, as you mentioned, so they considered most of these options, and some research on the recycling capacities and the potential of the European Union and other recycling things. So considering most of these factors, the Japan set the targets according to my understanding. I think that should be the process, maybe good for the other countries also.
Thank you very much.
Are there any more questions? No.
Excuse me, Ms. Ulrich, are you still with us? There's actually a question. Oh, I think Kun
Yes.
Sunthorn from Team MTEC has raised his hand. Maybe Kun Sunthorn, can you let Kun Sunthorn turn on his microphone, please?
Okay, good morning, everyone. Just like to ask for the Japan case, how does Japan set up the recycling rate for each material categories in each year, which will lead to the development of the recycling activities in each year? And what happens if the PRO cannot achieve the target recycling rate? Yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. A very, very interesting question. So I think recycling rate, so set up because normally these policies are set up in stabilizing the committees in Japan, including even this eco design certificate, and before that the packaging new regulations. So are basically including all the ministries and academic and different experts, business sector. So it's happened more on the consultation process. So this is very strong in developing Japanese policies. So based on that, so and looking at the capacities, research, and decide the targets. But I'm not sure they punish PRO if they cannot do the achieve the recycle target or not. But the PRO is basically a coordinating body in promoting these recycling activities. So the recycling companies itself have the producers itself have the responsibility to achieving their targets. The PRO is basically supporting them to coordinate their work. So as a facilitating body, not the PRO is not my understanding, not the main responsible agency achieving the target.
Oh, okay, thank you. May I continue to have a second question?
Yes, Carl, please go ahead.
My second question is that you have already mandated this certificate system for the plastic packaging just this year. How does this certificate incentivize in the EPR fee? How does this link to that fee? Some kind like eco-modulation. If you can give an example.
So yeah. So if I understand, so I try to check because the certificate systems actually started last month. So but I found already some producers have already got the certificate. I'm sorry, I couldn't come up with the information how many producers have already applied, but it's starting the process. But when I looking at the EPR, that's what I mentioned. So the money wise EPR is it's not in this certificate system, but because I feel EPR is happening in the previous law mentioned sorted plastic packaging collection and recycling. So that's mandate or assist mostly in the EPR activities, because it's say collection should be happen, source separation should be happen. But in the new this certificate system is basically, I feel, is something additionally support the EPR system, because it's mandate and the producers to select more recyclable friendly materials, and they're using more, because it's more support the recycling systems to make it happen properly, rather than bringing some money to the system. So that's my understanding at the moment when I looking at this too. Because previously, even though we want to do recycling, but some products we cannot do recycling because the material is labeling is difficult. If we go that products to recycle, it's more costly than the recycling systems. But in the new certificate, so it's helped to overcome some of these issues in the production level, to help to more recycling or reuse at the end.
Is there any tax incentives for the companies who can reach the rules of the certificate system?
Yes, I think it's not the subsidies, but it is in the regulation mentioned. So this certified products is have a green procurement system. So they have some government subsidies, and also they are now discussing some funds to create for recyclers, the new recycling system. Yes, that way that some subsidies are coming. The production for subsidies are coming. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
To support the producers and the recyclers for the new system.
Thank you very much for your discussion. And I think, Ulrich, you're still here with us. So, and I think you have already answered in the chat box, but maybe if you can turn on the microphone and to explain about the correlation or the synergy between eco-design criteria, recycle content targets, and the EPR, how they kind of synergize together to actually reduce plastic waste. That would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you for the question. So I think importantly, all three of them work together. They have to work together and be aligned to function well. So in theory, EPR itself already incentivizes producers to reduce or make it easier to recycle, and also to make it easier to recycle the products and to manage end of life well. However, to basically speed up this process and support them in that process, specific eco-design criteria as well as recycled content standards can basically boost the system, I would say. So eco-design in itself can be linked, for example, by having specific design criteria that if they are met, for example, well, either it can be mandatory that they have to be met, or if not, if it's voluntary, then, for example, it could be used as a mechanism to then adjust EPR fees. And in terms of recycled content standards, basically it just means that for EPR to function well and for the waste to not just be collected, but also then to be reused in the economy, we need the full system of recycling to work, and then also for there to be demand for this recycled products, right? So basically with the EPR, we're just creating supply of the recycled product or the recycled material, and then this demand can be stimulated, for example, with recycled content standards. So I think this is how the full circle could look like. But I think, yeah, one thing that I also mentioned in the chat, I think what's very important is really that as far as possible, they are, in terms of reporting, in terms of specific data that is measured, that is looked at, that they are really aligned, all three of these principles, so that they don't create additional compliance burdens for producers, but that they actually all fall under one system in a way. Yeah, I hope that clarifies a little bit.
Yes, thank you very much. I think that very clear, and you have covered like the aspects of these three principles or three key elements for plastic reduction. And maybe I just would like to add on that about the eco-modulation fee. So is one of the method to actually calculate how much producer has to pay to support the plastic waste management at the end of life stage, which depends on their upstream their upstream measures. If they have their plastic packaging well designed for recycling, then they'll pay lower fee. If they're already put in a certain amounts of recycled content, then there might be lower fees. But this kind of eco-modulation fee, it must go hand in hand with the EPR structure, and also depends on the country context as well, I think. And in Thailand, we are also kind of under the discussion among the key stakeholders for how the fee should be calculated. I think it's one of the very sensitive but very important issue as well. I just want to add on that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And thank you all participants for your question. And thank you to Dr. Kumara and Ms. Urak for your insightful response. If you have more questions, you can leave it in the chat box, and the speaker who related to that question will answer you directly. And we'll take a break. And please return promptly at 11:15 a.m. Thailand time as we continue with industry practices in Thailand. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. We now move to an industry perspective, and it is my pleasure to invite Ms. Dararat Insuwan from KAO Thailand, representing the EGS Promotion Group under Corporate Strategy, and she will share practical eco-design approaches that enable recyclability and increase PCR uptake in Thailand. Ms. Dararat, you here with us now? สวัสดีค่ะ
สวัสดีค่ะ Good morning, everyone.
Okay.
Let me share a video, please. Sorry, maybe some problem. Please wait a moment.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes. Please wait a moment.
Yes, full screen is coming. Okay, perfect.
Okay. Okay, yeah. So today, good morning, everyone. My name is Dara Insuwan from ESG Promotion Section within the Corporate Strategy Department. First of all, I would like to thank the MTEC team for giving us the opportunity to join in this seminar. So at KAO, we working on the sustainable packaging is a true team effort. We work closely with the R&D team and also technical packaging team from the manufacturing side to make our goal a reality. And today I'm here as a representative of all my colleagues across this team and to share our practice on the enabling recyclability and PCR uptake. So today, I would like to talk about our philosophy and action on the plastic packaging, and after that, go through our sustainable packaging achievement and challenge on the sustainable packaging development, and the last one, our view for the eco-design and EPR for sustainable packaging in Thailand. So before going to our agenda, I would like to take a moment to share you about our KAO and give you a brief overview of who we are. So you can see that KAO is a manufacturer and sale of products for the consumer product business and also chemical business. So KAO Corporation is our parent company headquartered in Tokyo, Japan, and we have a long period history having been established back into 1887. And today we manage consolidate a team of over 32,000 employees. And here in Thailand, KAO Industrial Thailand, we founded in 1964, and our factory is located in Amata City, Chonburi, and also our head office is at Honest Tower in Bangkok, and there are around 1,800 employees in Thailand. So let's take a look about our business field. In the KAO group, we have two parts, big part of consumer product and also chemical product. In consumer product, we have the full field of business for the hygiene living care and business, and health beauty care business, and cosmetic business, and business connected business. And the last one for the chemical business, that we have the wide range of products that meet the various needs of industry, such as for oleochemical, performance chemical, and also information material chemical. So go back to the KAO Thailand business field. Also, we have two separate business field for consumer product and also chemical products. For chemical consumer product, there are 11 brands for Thai consumer. Maybe we will know about our Attack, Hyder, Magiclean, L'Oreal, and Mary's, Biore, Lise, and Theater of Fasa in Thai accent, and also Margaritim, Cruel, and Jergen, and also chemical products same at KAO Corporation. So let I talk about our purpose or KAO purpose. our purpose to realize the Kuri world in which all life live in harmony. Kuri is a Japanese word that means beauty inside and also outside, cleanness and also emotional well-being. We create value in 3 areas for the life, everyday life, ecology. We believe that our products produce making life shine for each and every person, maximize in their everyday life and realize sustainable ecology. So let me talk and go through our ESG strategy. Our ESG strategy isn't the new trend, but it's our foundation. Which have been 115 years since our founding in Japan. The first product is Kao soap. The Kao soap that aimed to help people at that time to more feel clean and also sanitation. Over 52 years in Thailand, our spirit remains unchanged. So the Kao way is built on the mission to create the Kili life for our people, providing care and enrichment for life and also the planet. And this is the foundation of our ESG strategy. So looking in the detail of our ESG strategy, we identified 419 strategy and divide into 3 core pillars and the burst, and with the foundation for the walking the right path. So the 3 pillars consist of for the people and social and also the planet that I will talking about in this pillar. So let's go to my agenda first for the KO philosophy and action on the plastic packaging. So as you may know, the plastic packaging plays an important role in the effectiveness of our products. However, overuse of plastic has always been a concern for us and also for our consumer because of the potential negative impact on the environment or nature. So our plastic philosophy is built on the 3 core of our belief. The first one is we believe that the plastic should be made within the limit of the planet. And also the second one, we believe that plastic should never enter to the nature, but every piece should enter either to be reused and recycled. And also we believe that the plastic if it has already entered the nature, it should be recovered and renewed. So how we strive to lead the way to create innovative solutions that make life beautiful for our consumer without detracting from the reality of the nature. So this is our ambition. Also, we would like to transform the world of our packaging that strive for the create the breakthrough the packaging through the material technology and design, and also minimize about the amount of plastic that we use, and also produce our plastic within the environmental footprint within the nature limited of the planet, and empower our consumer to use less packaging and recycle more, and also collaborate with others realize a circular economy for the packaging and be 100% transparent about our progress on the plastic packaging. And also the key one that we know that we cannot do anything that is on our own or overnight. So through this is our own plastic plan, we will bring along with collaborate with a like-minded company or some organization to help us to achieve the planet. So that's why we come here in this seminar. So let's move to our goal. So we have set the midterm and long-term goal for both decarbonization and also zero waste. But I would like to focus on our zero waste goal. So we aim to 100% recyclable packaging material within 2024, and also we would like to recover over 50% of plastic used by weight within 2030. And for our long term, we would like to achieve net zero waste for plastic packaging in 2040 and become the negative waste for plastic packaging within 2050. So from this goal, we also make our plastic packaging circular roadmap that I mentioned that we would like to aim the net zero waste packaging in 2040. That means the quantity of plastic recycled equivalent to the quantity of the plastic packaging produced by Kao. So we would like to focus to move forward to this goal. We would like to focus on we accelerate the reduction of virgin plastic or fossil blade, and also accelerate to bio-based recycled plastic uses in this room, and also expansion of product that use the positively recycled plastic. That means creating the new business through the recycling, and also not only bio-based, also recycled or PCR, so that we would like to increase much more, make it happen. And also the last one, to increase the plastic that can collect together with the society in this part. So this is our roadmap for the plastic packaging circularity. So for to achieve that roadmap, also we have implement or set out our 4R strategy for sustainable packaging and zero waste. The first strategy is reduce. Reduce is like reduce the amount of plastic we use that by making plastic thinner or lighter. And for reuse, we aim to innovating the new packaging format, such as the refill pouch that help our consumer reuse many times. And for replace, we would like or aim to replace the virgin plastic with the lower impact alternative wherever possible from recycled source. And the last one, for the recycle, we aim to increase the percentage of our plastic packaging by weight that is made from the recycled resin, and the amount of that is practically recyclable by our customer. If looking in the priority, our top priority is the reduction because of its offer benefit of its cost reduction from the lighter weight, and which ensuring that the sustainability remains affordable and does not negative impact to our customer. So if looking in this picture, this is our initiative and action toward our net zero waste packaging by 2040 follow 4R strategy. So let me explain some more detail through the CAO sustainable packaging achievement. So if you look in this figure, is about our achievement or about effort on the sustainable packaging that we have done so far. And if looking in the strategy of the reduce, that we have reducing the plastic usage from changing from rigid to be spout types, and also it's reduced around more than 70% of plastic usage. And also in Japan, we introduced eco bottle, is not only reduce the usage of plastic, and also it will solve and crush it easily, so making it easy to dispose it. And for reuse, for innovative new packaging format to help consumer reuse many times. In Japan, you may see that if the green alphabet is from the KAO Thailand product, and in the blue alphabet is only in Japan. So maybe back to the Ragu Eco Pack refill. Ragu means in the Japanese word that means easy. So this packaging is the new spout, make it refilling primary pack easier, and also smart holder, and also allow the refill bottle to become the primary pack with the less plastic. And also Ragu switch. It's a hanging pack, then a thin pouch. Thai use it with a special nozzle to easy to dispense with a light touch, and it can be squeezed out of the last drop. And move to the replace, that we replacing the virgin plastic by lower impact alternative, such as our BOA makeup remover bottle will be bio-based for the bottle. And also we stop to using PVC label, and 100 our label is a non-PVC type. And in Japan, they introduced the Ragu Eco Pack refill that's made by the bio-based PE also. So go to our recycling innovative. We increasing the percentage of our plastic packaging by weight. That is, we use a PCR contents mixed in our packaging, such as BOA moss block, and also filter shampoo bottle, and kitchen magic clean bottle also. And also for the macro bag or butter bags, and also PE strap label of the bar and kitchen magic clean. So it's contain 5% of PCR. Moreover, not only PCR content, we also make our plastic packaging to easy to recycle by changing to be our spout to mono material, and also remove sample from the much clean bottle, much clean toilet bottle, and also remove some aluminum barrier from the pure UV serum tube. So back to go to in Japan. In Japan, ATEC Zero and QQ product, the packaging use of by 100% of recycled PET, and also the new one that we launched in 2023, the film to film recycle of usage refill pack that how Japan collaborate with Lion Corporation that use a recycled resin is used for the inner layer of PE. So this is our initiative and also our achievement from the sustainable packaging that we have done so far. And let's go to from our effort. So Kao Thailand was recognized from our client from CP Extra to get a supply chain sustainably excellent for the circular economy network for our packaging that's use the PCR content in this and last year. And also we know as our philosophy that we know we cannot do any this on our own or overnight, so we will bring along and collaborate with Linkin My company or organization to help us achieve the goal. So Kao started to collaborate with other partner, business partner to develop the sustainable packaging since 2022, and that's why we are here for join with you to make our goal reality and also achieve our target. So next for our challenge on the sustainable packaging development. So in the private sector side, we will spread for two parts of our challenge. For the internal that we can manage by ourselves, and also the external challenge. For the internal challenge, we will focus on the operational and financial. The first one for if we use the PCR resistance, is the effect on the maybe some reduce the mechanical property, increase the risk of product damage. And also in our operation in efficiency, the material character of PCR or mono material pouch are different from the current. So it's called machinery issue leading to higher loss and ratio and low productivity. And for the appearance that you may know, imperfection of PCR resin and property lower than the virgin resin, so black spot, undo, color, and gel, and is concerned by visual. And also the last one for cost. For the high price of PCR resin combined with a special specific to keep the quality. So for the external challenge, we would like to talk about the systematic and regulatory that I have heard from many many parties that about the regulatory that uncertainty of our regulatory of EPR. So now is unclear of the practice of EPR free structure, and so it hinder long-term strategic planning for us. And also the infrastructure gap, the insufficient wet sorting at the source lead to high contaminant and making material collection target difficult to reach. And also the technology limitation. Currently in Thailand, like a down recycling, but advanced chemical recycling is quite high and expensive. And the last one for the market supply chain volatility. Like a chronic shortage of high quality of PCR resin create an intense market competition and also an unpredictable of raw material pricing. So this all of the this both for internal and also external is our challenge on sustainable packaging development. And the last topic I would like to share about our view about the eco-design and EPR for sustainable packaging in Thailand. So for our view, the coming up of the eco-design or EPR, it is a shift toward the sustainable packaging as a move from the linear economy to be the circular economy. I think there are the long-term opportunity for us that we can gain the eco-consciousness market and also secure our future resources. So for the successful implementation of eco-design or also EPR implementation in Thailand, we believe that the government should support or essential in 3 key areas. The first one for the policy and standard foundation, that you may know a stable or long-term roadmap and transparent of EPR timeline or circular economy, and also exhibit the clear and industry-wide design for eco-design to align the production with recycling capability. And the second part is the infrastructure and support mechanism. I think the strengthening the nationwide waste collection, sort and segregation system to ensure the high quality feedstock for the recycling, and also the incentive. The incentive maybe implement the tax incentive or the subsidy to offset the cost of PCR resin and machinery update for the private sector, and also for the network and consumer engagement. For consumer awareness, we would like to launching the nationwide campaign from the government to drive household level segregation, training consumer into active participant in the circular loop. And also the last one, multi-stakeholder collaboration to promoting the private, like this seminar, promoting the public-private partnership to see the entire value chain. That's all for our call for the EPR and also the sustainable development. So thank you very much.
So thank you very much for demonstrating how corporate strategy and sustainability commitments translate into practical eco-design action. Ms. Tararat, thank you so much.
Welcome.
And we will now open the floor for question and answer. If you would like to ask a question, please type it in the chat box or raise your virtual hand. We will moderate the session and direct question to our speakers. Please welcome. Are there any questions now?
Maybe you can chat or some email to me later on.
All right, we have one question coming.
Hi, สวัสดีค่ะ คุณดารา Thank you very much for joining our webinar and to share Kao's initiatives in sustainable packaging solutions. I think it's very insightful, comprehensive, and as well as inspiring. So my question is about the technical challenges. Can you maybe dive a little bit deeper into the technical challenges that's still remaining in terms of incorporating the PCR in packaging right now in Thailand? Thank you.
As I joined the tip and say about driving the EPR in Thailand, I think it's like the good direction from the that we can collaborate with the private sector and defend with the government. So maybe I think now if we can collaborate more, we can collaborate with our partner and see some the good example from Archer and also some help from the government to linking us with the get together, and also we can move forward to our EPR. And also I would like to clearly about the EPR structure, how we calculate, and if the government can issue as for the we can know how we pay for the EPR fee and how much we can pay and how much we can invest and how much we can incentive if we done. So it's better for the private sector that we can know and we can make our strategy to try up to go to the EPR, and also the concept of eco design. I think that HIP-MZ and also some government can during the handle the eco guideline for the PCR and how much PCR content that we have to do, and so we can, if we know that content, we can calculate back into how much our investment and also how much we can done, and so I think I think it's what we have to clearly about our policy in Thailand, our mandatory, and also it will be as a private sector we would like to participate. Yes.
Yes, I think I agree with that. We really need the clear regulations so that all the industry can actually follow and have have strategies and plans to actually doing more sustainable packaging along with the policy and regulations. I think we have another questions in the chat box. Maybe Kun Hathaikan, maybe you can read that for Kun Dara.
Okay, another one question here. In terms of scalability on uses of PCR, what are the challenges of domestic sourcing? From Kun Amon Pong.
Yes, maybe I am not touched in detail because I'm not the technical in this part. Maybe if I heard from the packaging R&D development and also from the technical packaging, that it's hard to find sort of the PCR in Thailand. So we maybe and it's quite high price if we see some the cost compared to virgin, maybe it's hard. I think in Thailand the cost for our organization, the cost of PCR that is quite high if we looking in our country. Maybe it's like this one.
We have one participant raise your hand. Raise. Dr. Pasari, please. Yes, turn on your microphone. Any more questions? From Kun Thanawat. Yes.
Hello.
Oh, yes, I can hear you. We can hear you.
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry about that. Yes. My name is Pasari from MTEC. I have a question, please, about from Ms. Dararat and also other two speaker, please. Also, now we're talking about using PCR in our product, right? More and more. One thing that right now we are quite concerned is about the concept of digital product passports, because we raise awareness about chemical of concern or chemical in product that we use nowadays. And when we use PCR, that means we use the recycled plastic from the previously called product, right? And I'm just would like to ask what kind of plan in the future or in the near future from Kao and from other two speakers when you study talking about the digital product passport from now on. Thank you.
Maybe I have to ask help from my R&D side. Maybe they join in this meeting. พี่สาคะ do you join this meeting?
ขออนุญาตแปลเป็นภาษาไทยนิดนึงด้วยนะคะพอดีว่าอย่างตอนนี้ค่ะเราพยายามเน้นการใช้ PCR หรือส่วนที่เป็น recycle plastic ใน product ใหม่ๆของเราตอนนี้เนี่ยมันจะมีกรณีที่เราอาจจะสนใจในเรื่องสารเคมีที่อยู่ในผลิตภัณฑ์ซึ่งมันมาจากต้นทางเนาะแล้วเราก็นำมันมาทำเป็น PCR อย่างเงี้ยค่ะตอนนี้ในคอนเซปต์ทั่วไปที่กำลังจะเกิดขึ้นและอาจจะกำลังโดนบังคับก็คือสิ่งที่เราเรียกว่า digital product passport ซึ่งเหมือนตัวเราเนี่ยเราจะมี passport ของเราเพราะฉะนั้นพาสปอร์ตของ product เนี่ยมันก็จะต้องบอกถึงสารเคมีที่อาจจะอยู่ในนั้นหรืออาจจะอย่างเช่น PCR ที่อยู่ในนั้นแล้วมันก็อาจจะต้องมีการ ประเด็นในการดูว่ามันมีอะไรตกค้างไหมหรืออะไรอย่างเงี้ยก็เลยอยากจะเรียนถามว่าในมุมของ KAO มีแผนในอนาคตที่จะจัดการเรื่องส่วนเหล่านี้บ้างไหมคะขอบคุณค่ะ
So for the chemical substance mixed in EPR, I think in KAO we worry about the safety for the consumer first. So maybe I think if there are some the guideline from the government that how much we have to test or how much the chemical with contains. So KAO would like to go in that direction. Because we worry about safety to the consumer first. Yes.
ค่ะขอบคุณค่ะ thank you very much
From KAO, maybe Kun Sa, right? You want to add something?
พี่สาเสริมได้นะคะ พี่สา is a R&D for packaging from the KAO. Yes, maybe she have additional opinion for this.
Yes, can Kun Sa switch on the microphone? I think I have made you.
Oh, she cannot
Kun
turn
Sa.
on her microphone.
Okay.
Okay, we can hear you.
I don't know. I'm not Savitri.
Okay.
I'm not Savitri.
Sorry.
Yeah. My name is Susipong. I'm Darasang boss.
Yes.
I would like to support Darat in terms of the answer the question. In terms of the PCR, as Darasan mentioned, is right. We put priority on the safety for the consumer first. So our sustainable packaging design, normally we try to put the PCR not directly contact to the product. We put in the a middle layer that the contact part still be the virgin plastic. Can you get my point? Yeah, we put in the middle layer of the PCR content to avoid any contamination that caused by PCR resin. So that's why safety is our first priority. That I want to support the answer. Thank you.
thank you very much yeah I agree with your point thank you
Sorry, my name is Saviti. Can you hear my voice?
We can hear you clearly.
Okay. As Sutipong Sang said that our KAO policy is care about the safety first, right? So we don't add up in the inner layer of the lift-on product. But in terms of rinse-off product that we contain the PCR, normally we check many things. I mean in terms of overall migration and any certificate or standard that is required. For that, this one is the PCR for the rinse-off product and non-food. But in terms of lift-on product, as Sutipong Sang said, we not allowed to add in the inner layer. Normally, we will add in the middle or outer layer, and except the product that is like got the FDA, mean the material is PET, that you know that it already got the food grade, right? But in terms of KAO policy, our requirement is even if it already got the food certificate, we still have our internal test for the safety issue more strictly, more than normal. So that is the our safety department concerned about this. So in terms of the safety, I think for this KAO willing to cooperate with the other organization if in the future we have any concern about that, so we can support on that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kun Savitri, for your clarification. And we have one more question from Kun Thanawat here. Why KAO put recycle as the fourth priority? Is it aligned with the coming EPR scheme?
If see down our priority, we see about the benefits of the from the each strategy. If you're looking in the reduce, we can the benefit for the less plastic and also CO2 emission reduction, and also some cost effects that not affect to our customer. So, but if looking in the recycling, we is maybe we have to invest some more potential to be make it happen to the recycling. Maybe it will be maybe take time or some takes investment on that strategy. However, for the coming in the EPR scheme, also we think the technology and also some incentive that we can gain from this recycling from the government. So maybe we can run through and also can feedback about the EPR scheme in the future. However, we have to review first. We have the room of our investment, our gain from the benefits. This one to be bring to the recycling. So it's like a priority from our priority of the strategies. Yes.
And may I add up a little bit why the recycled is the first priority? I think the main is the quality of product that we give to consumer. Normally, we prevent the content to get like a very high quality. So we need to ensure that if we remove aluminum or metallized layer, the product inside will be keep quality same as monomer or non-barrier property or not. That is Kundara Sang said that is very take time on that. Anyway, that one also is our the goal that we want to achieve that, but that is challenge for packaging as well. Thank you.
Also, let me support Darasa as we work as a team. Why we put priority on reduce because there are two angles. First angle in terms of decarbonization. As you know, the most of plastic come from fossil fuel. So if we reduce the usage of the fossil fuel, that means we can reduce the CO2 emission as well. Yeah. So that is the one benefit from reduction. And also, as you know, the reduction of the plastic resin also can reduce the cost of the packaging and also less impact to the consumer. Yeah. So this is why we put this priority, because there are two angles, the benefit for the consumer and also decarbonization. Yeah. And also PCR cost at the moment, you know that it increase the cost of the packaging at least 20 to 30%. So this is one of the barrier to develop the PCR content in our packaging. So we need to adjust the total cost or make the total cost optimization, considering formulation and also packaging as well, to minimize the impact to the consumer. As you know, the consumer product is a commodity. We cannot increase the price to the consumer. So we need to bear that cost by our own. So the way try to minimize the impact to the company benefit and also impact to the consumer, we try to avoid as much as possible. So that is the answer. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much for all the questions, and thank you to all speakers for your insightful responses and clarification. And before we go for lunch, I would like to invite all participants here to join our Slido. It will show on the screen, on your right-hand side on the screen. When the Slido show up here, you can enter the code and passcode, and you can Feel free to share your thought and your idea here. Okay.
Please join us here at the Slido. We have just a few questions just to wrap up the morning sessions on eco-design, EPR, and PCR content. So you can join here by scanning the QR code shown on the screen, or you can go to slido.com and put on the numbers and the passcodes as shown here on the screen and in the chat box. We leave just like a few more seconds before we move on to the questions. Okay, let's move on to the first question. So we just want to know, like, which sector do you primarily represent? We have some responses coming in. So we have quite a number of packaging manufacturers, researchers, government industry, government and ministry, some recyclers, followed by producer and brand owners and international organizations. We wait for a bit more of the participants to join. So you can see clearly the main two sectors of our participants are from packaging manufacturer and research and academic sector. Okay, shall we move on to the next question? Yeah, so we just would like to know if you could share with us, what do you think is the main barrier to high quality post-consumer recycled plastics? You can just like add in a few words. Yes, we have seen, okay, many people are concerned with the cost. Consumer perception, contamination, sorting and collection, high waste cost in Thailand, price and appearance, infrastructure, some words on capacity, purity. But I think most of the people agree that it's on the cost of the PCR that make it quite a big barrier to incorporate it in more packaging. I think we have quite a very good responses there already. Shall we move on to the next one, please? Okay, when do you think of eco-design for plastic packaging? What are the words that pop up in your mind when you heard about eco-design for plastic packaging? Sustainable products, recyclable, reduced materials, monomaterial, recyclability, LCA, very interesting. I think many people do agree that do think of the same thing about recyclable. But actually, in terms of the concept of eco-design is actually wider and kind of like more complex than just recyclable. But I think now the like low hanging fruit or the first measure that can be adopted for eco-design is design for recyclable. Thank you. Let's move on to our last question before we have a lunch break. Should recycled content targets in plastic packaging be mandatory by law in ASEAN countries? We have a few options there provided. What do you think? And I think we have something in the chat box, right? Here or not? No? Okay. I think most people do agree that we should have a mandatory PCR target, but it should be phased in and specific to the sector, like how much target for each sector. But some also has a different point of view that probably not yet right now because the infrastructure is not yet ready, and there some actually prefer voluntary industry commitments first. Yes, I think we have very diverse opinions on these 3 questions, but we can see where the majority is right now amongst our participants, and I think this can lead to a very good discussion in our afternoon session. We have panelists who are representatives from ASEAN countries. We have a representative definitely from Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, and Indonesia. So I would like to just leave the floor back to our MC, Kun Hathaikan, for our arrangement.
All right, thank you very much, all participants, for joining our Slido. And we will now break for lunch and resume at 1:30 p.m. Thailand time for the panel discussion. And thank you very much. All right, welcome back, everyone. So this afternoon session, we will focus on regional progress and collaboration pathway for effective extended producer responsibility, implementation, and scaling up the use of post-consumer recycled materials across ASEAN countries. So first of all, please allow me to introduce our distinguished panelists here. First panelist is Ms. Wasana Jangprajak from Pollution, Thailand. She has extensive experience in national planning for packaging waste and plastic waste management. She has worked for 3R policies and the circular economy with a focus on waste reduction, packaging waste, and plastic waste management. And our next speaker, Ms. Farah Amini. She is a strategic communications leader with over 25 years of experience designing and implementing impactful communication and social behavior change initiatives across corporations, NGOs, governments, and donor fund programs. She holds a master in communication management from the University of Indonesia and is organized for her expertise in multi-stakeholder engagement, advocacy, and evidence-based communication. And our next panel speaker is Ms. Dachini. She is the Advocacy and Public Affairs Manager at the Malaysian Recycling Alliance, or MARIA, where she drives policy and implementation strategies to strengthen the recovery and recycling of post-consumer packaging while advancing eco-design principles and recycled content requirements in Malaysia. Her work focuses on building practical policy-led pathway toward a circular economy through those collaboration with government and industry stakeholders. And last but not least, our panel speaker from Singapore, Mr. Chiang Kok Chung. He is the Executive Director of Singapore Environment Council, or SEC, an NGO that promotes environmental sustainability via standard setting, consumer action and training and education. Prior to joining the SEC, he was the Deputy Director General of Environment Protection of Singapore's National Environment Agency. He was Concurrently, the Director of Resource and Sustainability Group, responsible for promoting environmental sustainability, he had also previously served at the Ministry of Environment and Water Resources, Ministry of Trade and Industry, Ministry of Defense, the Competition Commission, and the Civil Service College. To guide us through this important discussion, we are pleased to have Dr. Sirikan Wiset-Suvarnabhum as our moderator. And Dr. Sirikan, the time is yours.
So thank you very much, our MC, Kun Neng, Kun Hathaikan, for introducing our distinguished panelists today. So in the morning, we have speakers sharing the perspectives about EPR, PCR content, and eco-design across ASEAN region, as well as we have representatives from Japan to actually share the practices that Japan is currently progressing towards EPR implementation, as well as eco-design guideline and targets for recycled contents. I think Japan is one of the examples of the country that has been leading the way in the implementation of EPR. And for us, like ASEAN countries like Thailand and many countries in the ASEAN, we are also in the stage of developing EPR, and we have our neighbors like Vietnam and Philippines that have already mandated the EPR. I think although in ASEAN with the progress in the EPI implementation are different. We are at different stages and slightly different national context among each country. But I think there are common challenges that we share as a region. And I think today, one of the purpose of this webinar and this panel discussion is to share the perspective and the progress in each country, but at the same time to see where the opportunities are collectively to work together as ASEAN region so we can scale EPR as well as PCR together and stronger in terms of the region rather than just working alone in one country. Okay, so thank you very much again for all the panelists. So for the first round of the panel discussion, I think it's good that we can have a little bit of the introduction or the background of like who you are, what you are working on, and what is your institute or your agenda of your current work as well before we move on to discuss more about the EPR status and progress in each country. So may I start maybe first with Kun Wasana from Pollution Control Department from Thailand, huh? Kun Wasana. If you're ready, then please, the stage is yours, huh?
Yeah. Okay. สวัสดีค่ะ Good afternoon, everyone. Maybe today it's my pleasure to be part of the discussion. So we will discuss for the first question that we like EPR implementation in our country. So right now Thailand is currently to transition phase to the EPR in the mandatory EPR. Right now we have the voluntary EPR on the packaging management, and right now we not yet have the fully the EPR law in our country, but we try to set up the EPR or the packaging management, and in the draft law is aim to establish a clear legal framework to define the roles of the producers, importer, and introduce the producer responsibility organization or pro to setting the collection and recycling target, and we try to ensure the transparency and accountability. And in the law, we focus on the design for the upstream management, for the eco-design for the packaging. It's not only for the plastic products. It's include for another products such as for the metal, glass, paper, and plastic is the one of the packaging in this law. And for for the recycled content, right now we don't have mandatory the national target for the recycled content in products. But we try to work with the private sector to set up the which product we need to use the PCR, the recycled content, and what target that we need to set up, because of some product is cannot use maybe they have the requirement for the use of the PCR. And we in the government sector we try to do the green procurement for the product that use the PCR, because in the government sector we have the like a big the big consumer to use some product. If we use in the government sector, it's like green procurement, I think it's very good to support the use of the PCR in the product. And right now we develop the D4R guideline, design for recycle guideline for the personal care and home care packaging for the HDPE plastic, including for the PET drinking water, maybe some like the high value of the packaging. However, when we talk about the setting up the quota or the target of the use of the PCR, we still have the challenge. We must to set for the good infrastructure for the collection and sorting the post-consumer product, because if not, we don't have any high quality product to use for the PCR. Okay. Thank you very much for the first round.
Thank you very much, Kun Wasana. I think Kun Wasana is actively working on the drafting of EPR, as well as all the supplementary elements to support the implementation of EPR, which we can discuss further in the next round. Okay. So from the screen right now, I think from Kun Wasana it will be Mr. Cheng from Singapore Environmental Council. Can you share us a little bit maybe about like your work and what SEC is now currently working on to support the implementation of EPR in Singapore? Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. First, I apologize that there's a bit of a miscommunication between the organizers and us. So my understanding was that there would be about 18 minutes of airtime for the speaker. So I had prepared the presentation, but given that this is not the format, so what I propose to do is I'll just have a very quick verbal introduction to the work of the Singapore Environment Council, and then I'll blow through the presentation quite quickly later on for the second intervention, just to make sure that everyone has a chance to go through and introduce the organizations first. First up, I'm Kok Chung Komi Casey. I'm from an environmental NGO in Singapore called the Singapore Environmental Council. A big part of our work is in eco-labeling of products and services and spaces, and this plays a big role in supporting green procurement, both by the public sector and the private sector. But apart from eco-labeling, we also do various types of outreach programs to corporates and the public. So in Singapore, we are about to launch the second EPR scheme. The existing EPR scheme is that of covering electronic waste. But soon, come 1st April, Singapore will start our second EPR scheme, which is that for beverage containers, i.e. the plastic PET bottles and the cans for drinks. And so we have been working quite closely with the PRO, the operator, to see how we can support them in the rollout of the program soon. And related to packaging, A new program that we have taken on this year is that we are the secretariat of a public-private voluntary agreement, what we call the packaging partnership program, which aims to bring companies with packaging requirements together to see how we can share knowledge and share best practices and encourage one another to do better in terms of packaging. I'll share more on that later. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you very much. So Singapore is also very active in this area, and it's good to know that they are now preparing for the second EPR targeting at packaging. So next, can I move on to Farah? I think with your background a little bit different from the panels today, which we can share another perspective from a very important and challenging area, I think, communications and consumer awareness and education. So we love to hear from you, Farah.
Thank you. Thank you for having me in this forum. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Farah Amini, or call me Farah. I'm from Jakarta, Indonesia. I'm based in Jakarta. Yes, my background is communications. I've been working for a variety of development subjects, and most recent is waste management. And I just recently chaired a USAID project on municipality waste management in Indonesia for 18 municipalities. Currently, I'm also setting up my own NGOs, working on waste management, especially on knowledge management and behavioral change. This is to actually to support the country to have the capacity for all actors to be able to do reformations on waste management system in their respective organizations or in their respective institutions. I also now serve as the expert panels for the Waste Crisis Center of Ministry of Environment in Indonesia. There's a lot to talk about on the EPR subject in Indonesia, but so glad I can be here and share what I know, what we experience in Indonesia. Thank you. Over to you, Tom.
Thank you very much, Farah. So next, can we have a speaker from Maria from Malaysia, Dashni? Thank you so much for joining us. Some of the participants may have noticed that there's a little change in the panel because Dr. Margaret is not available due to unforeseen circumstances, but we are also very lucky to have Dashni as one of our panels today. So Dashni, over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Surikan. Can you hear me? Is it clear? Okay, great.
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Wonderful. So I think I'll just quickly go through a few slides just to set up what Maria does in Malaysia and the state of EPR and EPR policy development in the Malaysian context. Maybe
Yeah,
while
we are preparing the slides. Just wait for a little bit.
Okay,
Yeah,
wonderful. Yes,
go.
thank you so much. So we can go into the next slide, which gives a perspective of what EPR is in general. Next slide, please. Okay, wonderful. So I think it's always useful because I think this may have already been touched on earlier today as well, but I always find it useful to start with a working definition of what EPR is because it also greatly influences the nature of Maria's work in Malaysia. EPR is first and foremost an environmental policy approach which shifts the onus or responsibility of waste management from just being done by the municipalities to also being shared by the producers. And it's important to note that it is not one party solely taking over responsibility and the other shifting the weight of responsibility, but it is a shared responsibility, and the producer now has a responsibility extended to the post-consumer stage of a product's life. And it's also important to note that EPR requires incentive or environmental considerations are incentivized under EPR, which means that eco-design and design for environment considerations are usually used as an incentive to encourage better design, innovation, to ensure that waste is better managed and received by the recycling structure or the recycling systems in respective countries. And finally, which leads me into the work that Maria does, EPR is also characterized by a producer responsibility organization, which essentially is a collective of actors made up of the industry that comes together, which is key in organizing, financing, and administrating the control of an EPR system. Next slide. Yes, so this is a overview of what Maria does. As many of you may know, EPR in Malaysia is not mandatory. We are still in the voluntary phase of EPR in Malaysia, but we are functioning as a producer responsibility organization on the behalf of 13 early actors or early adopters of EPR in this country. And we work to provide collection support at different parts of the recycling value chain, whether that's at collection, sorting, or recycling. And our mandate is to focus on post-consumer packaging materials. And this is the focus of EPR as it starts off in Malaysia. The Ministry of Housing and Local Government, KPKT, who Dr. Margaret leads this area of work, is focusing on post-consumer packaging materials, and this will later be expanded on as the policy develops. And it's important to note here that Malaysia's recycling and solid waste management infrastructure is quite complex. It is not a nationally controlled or federally controlled system. There are states that do prescribe to the federal system under Act 672 when it comes to municipal solid waste management, but there are also non-Act 672 and Sabah and Sarawak as different states with different actors. So when we're talking about EPR, it's important to understand how EPR would function, where there are different actors and within the different legal frameworks that exist in Malaysia when it comes to solid waste management. Next slide. So Maria is piloting and has piloted in 2025 many different projects all over Malaysia to give us a sense of understanding how the policy would look like when it comes to mandatory implementation. As you can see here, we're at different parts of the country to understand, as I mentioned earlier, how this would interact with different jurisdictions and different actors. Next slide, please. So finally, I think at the point that we are at currently in Malaysia's EPR journey, it's important for us to focus on a few key points. The first of which is, of course, transitioning from from a voluntary system to the mandatory system of EPR. It's clear that KPKT has been working very closely to ensure that we are accelerating, companies' commitments and expanding on EPR implementation in Malaysia. As some of you may also know, on the 21st of January 2026, KPKT received approval for a EPR policy framework at the National Circular Economy Council, which is a cross-government, cross-industry national platform to manage solid waste in Malaysia. So it's clear that the policy has already progressed and we're now getting into sort of the key implementation considerations. So when we are talking about these considerations, it's important as a second point to understand how EPR would work with the municipal solid waste management systems that exist currently, because we do not want to reinvent the wheel. We do not want to have separate collections and entirely separate systems when it comes to the collection of recyclables, when we already have quite an advanced, mature solid waste management system, municipal solid waste management system in Malaysia. So it's important to understand how we can collaborate with the existing actors in this space. Maria has also done a lot of work to understand the recycling industry and mapping the ecosystem when it comes to the recyclers and the kind of support they may need. So this is where also discussions regarding the availability of feedstock and leading into the discussion, of course, of post-consumer recyclates for minimum recycled content mandates, if they are introduced, is also very pertinent. So we are doing a lot of work to understand how the recycling industry actually looks in Malaysia for all different post-consumer materials. And finally, of course, the informal sector, which I'm sure we'll also touch on quite a bit, is a very important part of recyclables collection when it comes to Malaysia and also in ASEAN. So it's important to understand how we can include the informal sector and ESG considerations, naturally, when it comes to meeting our EPR targets. So I'll stop here and I'm happy to answer questions with my fellow panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your concise but very informative presentation on what Malaysia is now progressing on in implementing EPR. Okay, so for the next round, the discussion, maybe as Dashi already shared a little bit about what Malaysia is doing in terms of EPR implementation, maybe other panelists, could you also share a little bit about the progress of EPR and policy development for plastic waste management in your country? So I'll start again with Kun Wasana ค่ะ
Okay. So thank you so much for the next round. I would like to chat for the how to set up the PRO for the EPR in our country. So actually, it's not clear yet what the pro will be. So from the last panelist, you said about the pro and about the integration of the informal sector to join in the EPR. In my opinion, I think it's really important, and we like we have the informal sector is like in our country, and like Indonesia, Malaysia, and even in the Singapore. I think it's really important to integrate them to join in the EPR scheme. So when we talk about how to set up the pro, who is responsible for the how to say is maybe is the private sector should respond for this. It's not under for the government sector. So government sector is only for it's like the how to say we like to control and work with the private sector to set up the goal and the target for the collection, for the packaging. Besides for the pro, we need to set up for the product, which one for the packaging need to conclude in the EPR law, which one is the need to use the PCR, some kind like that. Is really in really detail to talk with the private sector. In the last time we have discussed with the private sector about how to set the mandatory recycle content target in the products for the big company like the big brand of the international brand of the product and packaging. They can use for the more recycled content. But in Thailand, we need to consider for the SME producers who produce some kind of products, including in the packaging. Maybe it's really important to consider this include in the EPR scheme also. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So this is a good reflection on the development of EPR in Thailand as well. I think there are still many key elements that need to be discussed to actually refine and finalize what for example, the structure of the pro or the definition and the criteria of the producers that will have to be compliance with the EPR, or even like what kind of producer, like e-commerce platform, will they be included, or the marketplace, or like I've seen some discussion about the involvement of the SMEs. Some say like you should involve the SMEs, but then you should have like different kind of responsibilities for them. For example, maybe for the SME, you can have like responsibility to be improve their capacities, but not to actually oblige with with the mandatory targets just yet or something like that. I think it's still a lot of discussion that we have to work on together with the PCD and all the stakeholders involved in Thailand plastic and also the packaging industry. Then can I move on to Mr. Casey? May I call you that?
Yes.
So yeah, maybe you can share with us about the progress of the EPR in Singapore. And I think this time it will relate it to the slide that you have prepared as well,
Yes,
right?
yes. So at
Okay,
this
yeah.
point, can pull up my slides and can someone help to show that? Yeah.
Yeah, our MC will be helping to share the slide.
Okay, got it. Next slide, please. Okay, thanks. So just to start off with, what's the motivator for why we are embarking on this EPR journey? We need to start off with the story of how waste moves around in Singapore. So as you know, most Singaporeans, we all stay in apartments. So when we throw out our trash, it goes into waste chutes outside our apartments, one for recyclables and one for general waste. So all of them get transported to incineration plants. Everything is incinerated with energy recovery, and then the remaining ash gets barged off to an offshore landfill for landfilling. So next slide. So actually, with the waste to energy incineration, although it already helps to reduce the volume of the waste substantially, about 90%. Ultimately, landfill space is still needed for the remaining ash. And because of the size constraint, right, Singapore, we only have one landfill now, and that landfill will be full by 2035. So it is very important for us to further reduce waste generation and also residual waste that needs to be landfilled. And unfortunately, over the last decade, we found it very, very hard to push on recycling rate because of the weak global market for of the value for recyclables. So because of this, we felt that it's next slide. It is important to do more to try to improve the recycling situation, and that's why the Zero Waste Master Plan was launched in 2019. The aim is to sort of boost the overall recycling rate, which is about 50% now, to 70%, and also reduce the amount of residual ash that needs to be landfilled. To sort of make this a more focused plan, we are zooming in on 3 priority waste streams: food waste, electronic waste, and packaging waste. Next slide. So these are chosen partly because for packaging waste and food waste, these are very large waste streams and with generally quite low recycling rates. And for e-waste, although the volume is not as big as packaging waste and food waste, its recycling rate is low, and also there's concern that there are small amounts of hazardous materials in e-waste, and hence it is very, very important that the e-waste be treated properly upon its disposal. Next slide. So that's why the e-waste EPR was the first EPR to be launched in Singapore since 2021. We started off with 5 categories, and so the industry stakeholders that are obligated under the EPR scheme are primarily the producers, the retailers, and then there is the PRO. ALBA was appointed to be the operator and tie up with the e-waste recyclers. Next slide. So for ALBA as the PRO, the focus had very much been sort of having as many possible return channels as possible. So rolling out waste bins, lots of community spaces, allowing them to take back in among the large retailer stores, giving 1-for-1 free take back especially when you buy large household appliances, conducting e-waste collection drives. Next slide. And even previously, if you specially make a request for ALBA to come to your house to collect large household appliances, you had to pay a small fee for it. But I understand that sometime last year they have even waived away this fee, so you can make requests for free for a collection, of large household appliances from your homes. Right, next slide. So in terms of the performance so far, it's estimated that that about 60,000 tons of e-waste is put on the market each year. Based on the latest available public statistics, we think it is running at about 10, maybe 12,000 each year in terms of collection. So there's still quite a gap to go. And last year, SEC, we did a survey to understand the public's attitude towards this e-waste EPR scheme. And what we learned is, one, the convenience of return is still the number one concern. To raise return rate, the public expects it to be really convenient. And the second issue is concerns over data security, especially for your ICT appliances. So many people are probably still keeping lots of old cell phones and old laptops somewhere in your drawer, right? Because you're always so concerned, if I throw it away, maybe someone can access all my old data. So for the collection rate for this to improve, there has to be very transparent processes to show that the data is indeed destroyed if you return it through one of the proper e-waste collection channel. Next slide. So moving on to the next EPR that we are going to tackle, it is packaging waste. It is high volume. It accounts for about a third of municipal waste, and more than half of that is plastic, and a quarter of that is probably paper, and then other materials. Next slide. So the first one, because there are all sorts of packaging waste, we are gonna zoom in on beverage container first as a first bite here, solving the packaging waste issue. So it's basically a deposit refund scheme that we will call the Beverage Container Return Scheme, BCRS, where each can or each bottle will attract a deposit of 10 Singapore cents. That's about 8 US cents, right? And then all these containers will have to come and be labeled with a deposit mark. And we hope that this will really improve the recycling rate significantly. But more than that, what we want is to raise the public awareness about recycling and what are some good habits to recycling that hopefully they can apply to other types of packaging materials as well. We're going to start the scheme 1st April, and with a transition period. Initially, the transition was set for 3 months, but based on feedback from the industry that there's a lot for them to sort out. So the government had recently announced that we'll extend the transition period such that the full implementation will be by 1st October later this year. Next slide. So the PRO is appointed as this company called BCRS Limited, and it's a non-for-profit company set up by a consortium of big beverage producers like your Coke, F&N, your Pokka, and they will operate this scheme on behalf of all beverage producers in Singapore. And some of the commitments are to set up a network of more than 1,000 return points. What the government is helping is to mandate that all large supermarkets will have to host return points. And the government will also help to ensure that community spaces can be made available for some return points as well. And the target set for the operator is to achieve 80% return rate from year 3 onwards. Next slide. So the National Environment Agency did quite a bit of public consultation before this scheme was firmed up. And indeed, the public felt that yes, plastic bottles and metal cans would be the top materials to include. Some people felt that perhaps in future you should cover glass bottles and paper cartons as well, because they also have low recycling rates. But then the government position is let's just keep it relatively easy by focusing on plastic bottles and metal cans first. after the thing has been implemented smoothly, then we can consider whether there's a need to extend it to other packaging materials. And the decision was, so there was a toss-up of, is it 10 cents or should it be 20 cents? Because, well, 20 cents will have a stronger incentive for the public to return. But then in the end, the government went with 10 cents, probably in view of concerns about impact on perceived costs of the beverages. And so we'll start with 10 cents and see where it goes. And unsurprisingly, the public would like the collection points to be very convenient places near the residential estates and the common spaces, and also at large supermarkets and shopping malls. Next slide. So in terms of what we heard from the industry, of course, cost is one concern, but interestingly, what they are quite concerned is there has to be strong enforcement because, you know, the Singapore and our neighbors market are so close, so integrated. It is quite easy that you have beverage containers going back and forth. So one issue is that there should be clarity in that there will be no leakage from neighboring countries, so that you cannot, you know, go to Johor Bahru, buy a can of drinks, and then without paying a deposit, and then come back and then claim a 10-cent deposit, right? So that it has to be clear for that. And also that there's also a concern that actually if we want to do this, we should also pay attention to the recycling infrastructure, right? So if you are saying that it's an EPR scheme, then you have to give the public confidence that indeed the materials will be recycled, it will be treated properly. Next slide. Sorry. Yeah, so that's where we are at this stage. And then looking forward, beverage container is only one sliver of packaging waste. There's a lot more packaging waste to worry about. So what are we going to do about them? So what we understand is that the government they are undertaking a study at the moment to think about what is the best form of EPR, the more appropriate form of EPR for all the other types of packaging waste, right? It's unlikely to be a deposit refund scheme kind of way. They are studying, and then in the meantime, what the government has implemented is a mandatory packaging reporting to require companies, the bigger companies, to report their packaging data and their 3R plans. So this provides a good basis of data for the government to study what are the forms of packaging on the market, what's the quantity, and given this packaging, what then is the best policy tool, right, to manage it. And in the meantime, next slide. I also mentioned briefly just now that the SEC, we are the secretariat for this voluntary agreement called the Packaging Partnership Program. This is mainly to build industry capability first, so that they know how to do waste reporting, they know how to think of different kind of 3R programs to manage their packaging waste, and such that, you know, eventually when there are more EPR implemented, then they will be in a better position to comply and implement those programs. Next slide. Can skip this. Next one. Then we have the question of, okay, what are some opportunities that we see at the ASEAN-wide level? One key point I want to make is that actually we talk a lot about resource circularity, but circularity needs scale. Singapore is a small market, so it is very, very hard to achieve circularity for all resource streams domestically. So if we can think of EPR schemes that are consistent across the region, I think there's a much better chance that we can achieve success, because that lowers the business cost for all the stakeholders, and then that makes it easier to ensure that all the materials that are collected via the EPR schemes can be properly recycled, and also there will be eventual off-takers for all these materials that are recycled and reprocessed. And so that is something that we hope that, in the discussion today, we can find some ways to move this along. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Casey. Very informative and insightful presentation about what Singapore is developing right now. Next, can I move on to Farah to share about the Indonesian perspectives, please?
Thank you. It was excellent information from Singapore. Thank you, Casey, for sharing that. I can see that Singapore is, moving so fast compared to Indonesia, I think. Indonesia is a very large country, as you know. We produce 65.8 million tons annually, and around 10.6% of it is plastic. Sorry, around 1% waste, plastic waste. And at the moment, Indonesia is struggling to make sure that waste management system in Indonesia is better than now. At the moment, it's a bit chaos because we're still struggling at the infrastructure at the municipality level. EPR, previously, it's just, I think the same with Thailand and Malaysia, we're still in a voluntary mode. And it is expected, it was regulated by ministerial decree. And by mid-2026, Indonesia will have a presidential regulations or policy that strengthened the EPR positions, became a mandatory for the producers, and that it will provide, of course, legal backing, stronger legal backing compared to the ministerial regulations, and it is expanding the producer obligation, especially for packaging and single-use plastics, because producer will be responsible from end to end of the product life itself. And it is envisioned that this decree will be implemented in stages because the government foresee the largeness of the stakeholders or the actors involved in the EPRs. The small medium enterprises is actually the backbone of business in Indonesia, and with FMCGs playing, leading roles in the EPR scheme in Indonesia, and they are actually champions. The small medium enterprises is actually left behind because of the capacity, and all of that, and of course the informal sectors. So with that, there's also this Indonesia government system where we have municipalities. We have around 500 municipalities or local governments who will take responsibility to make sure that the EPR is being implemented at the delivery level, at the community level, at the consumer level. So there's this monitoring capacity, there's implementations of that policy and practice at the local level. That will be a huge gap. So there's a lot of moving parts that still needs to be improved, that still needs to be fixed, tightened a bit, despite that we want to have a much better waste management across Indonesia to cover our waste challenges. I think I'll stop there. Thank you, Atom.
Thank you very much, Power. So yeah, I think Indonesia and Thailand are still under the development of the EPR scheme to make it like mandatory and have more clear of the supporting elements for the EPR. Now let's move on to Malaysia with Dashni. Can you share a little bit about the progress of the EPR implementation? You have shared quite a bit already in your first presentation, but maybe like the current progress, like for example, the MRC, minimum recycled content target, and all that. Thank you.
All right, sure. Thank you so much. So I think, as mentioned earlier during my introduction, in 2025, there's been a lot of progress when it comes to EPR and circular economy policy development in Malaysia. I think it's clear the government's ambition is to develop or accelerate progress beyond this voluntary phase that we're currently in. So just for some context, Maria as a voluntary organization was formed in 2021, which means that for about 5 to 6 years now, we have been experimenting and understanding what EPR implementation would look like in Malaysia, and we as in the industry. So the first point to make here is that the industry took the first step in exploring what EPR implementation would look like. Because there was a policy from the government in 2021, the Malaysia Plastic Sustainability Roadmap, which identified a 2026 target for mandatory EPR. So using that baseline, the industry was ready to start experimenting and understanding what they would need to do to prepare themselves for mandatory EPR. The timeline has slightly shifted, of course, because the policy that the government is considering now from the Ministry of Housing and Local Government is a 2026-2029 voluntary period, but some form of a formalization of a voluntary period, because currently what Maria does is just for its members, and other companies, of course, are also considering what they should do for their responsibility, but this is all quite fragmented. So I think the first step that KPKT has taken, which I think is very important, is to look at what kind of preparation and the transition, what would be necessary for the transition between this voluntary phase to the mandatory phase. So we're looking currently at things like, of course, the policy framework that the KPKT is looking at has already considered the broad strokes of understanding what EPR implementation would look like in terms of the materials. So we are very clear on the fact that we are looking at post-consumer packaging first, which includes composite packaging, but all different forms of packaging first. And then in phase 2, they will look at things like textiles, rubber, and other emerging waste that also is an important area to tackle. So it seems like the concern is based on the composition of municipal solid waste now, and that's the focus. KPKT has also worked very closely with the industry in defining what obliged companies are, also echoing what we've heard from Indonesia in terms of how to ensure the smaller players are also well prepared. So we are looking at a system where the producers who put the product on the market would be required to take accountability. So it's likely the largest people, or the people who put their brands, for example, on a product and put it onto the Malaysian market. So I think in a way the policy has been drafted to ensure that also considering the consumption patterns in Malaysia of FMCG goods, I think we will be able to capture most of what's put on the market without really affecting MSMEs and their operations. I think that we will find a way to strike a good balance, and this has been a key focus for the ministry as well. Also, their approach to defining producer responsibility organizations, or PROs, the put on market target, recovery rate, fee determination, all the components of the EPR policy has been drafted in such a way that it is industry friendly. So I think we've been engaged in a way that shows that the ministry is open to us having an EPR policy that is implementable and favorable to the industry, so that they're actually able to meet their targets, which means they will likely have a lot of freedom to engage in business-to-business negotiations, so that they're able to meet these targets. So also maybe similar to the Philippines, the model in the Philippines, where there's many actors potentially who can offer a range of solutions. So it's good here. Also, I think Kun Wasana was also mentioning earlier, the role of the government should be, I think, focused on regulation rather than becoming a PRO or becoming, an implementer. So I think this is also the direction the government is embracing, to ensure that the industry does its part, but the government is very strict on regulations, auditing, reporting, and that part of the process. I think the last point that I'll end on is leading into this discussion of minimum recycled content and eco-design. The key thing the government is currently working on is understanding how these different policies will work together, because there are different ministries that are leading these policies. And I think this is also common across the region. So we have one ministry working on EPR policy, we have another working on eco-design, and we have one more ministry actor working on the minimum recycled content target. So it's good that all of them are talking together. I think they're very clearly on the same page to move in the same direction of circularity. But right now we're also in the process of understanding how these different policies will inform one another.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I'm turning on the wrong microphone. I'm sorry for that. Okay, thank you very much for your reflections on the development on in Malaysia, and also to point out about the collaboration among different government agency. That's also one of the key challenge we face in Thailand as well, right, Kun Wasana? Well, for us, Kun Wasana, from Pollution Control Department, I think they're the main responsible authority in terms of like environment and sustainable development for many types of plastic products and plastic packaging even. So let's move on to discuss a little bit more about the challenges that we face in each country and also collectively as ASEAN. So for the concluding rounds, we can see like where are the opportunities that we can work together to tackle those challenges. So, but first, let's identify the challenges that we're facing and what do you think is a common challenge that we are together facing as ASEAN region. So I'll start with Kun Wasana from Thailand.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you all for the many ideas and informative information. Yes, I agree with the Kun Dasni about the how to say is from the many ministry to join in the EPR as in Thailand as a reference. In Thailand, PCD Pollution Control Department is like a policy maker for this policy, and we work about the EPR scheme with the private sector, and we have the Ministry of Interior, who is responsible for the waste management, and we have the research, Ministry of the Research Education, and for the standard, it's different organization, and we need to work together. It's lucky we have the EPR committee. We conclude for all ministry to join, and will be set up the policy together, and will be in the future we will set up. It's like a target for the packaging type, for the set up for the PCR content target in this committee also. For the challenge and gaps in our country, I think the same. Besides from the different ministry to respond for the EPR, we face for the infrastructure, for the collection, for the packaging, and in the most important, I think not only for the private sector to respond for the in the EPR scope, we need to encourage the consumer, the people, to know what they have learned about the new regulation or the new team on the EPR in our country. So the education for the people and the public awareness is really important. We face about the source separation. As source in the household, we don't have any regulation to control them to separate which one you need to separate and collect and send to the junk shop in Thailand, or someone is some product you need to collect and send to the drop point that we need to set up in the future. I think it's really important. And another point is the quality about the PCR that we need to use. If we don't have the best source separation, we don't have the high quality of the PCR. So it is important to looking and consider this point. If we need to run the smooth the EPR scheme. Okay, thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Khun Wasana. I think you have mentioned very good points on the challenges that we are facing right now, not in terms of just implementing PCR, but then you need a very good quality or high quality PCR to support, say, for example, the minimum recycled content target, and also to have higher recycling rates in the country as well, and also source segregation. I think that's one of the pain points that we are facing in Thailand. So then Casey, I think you also has a question in the chat box about the deposit return scheme as well. So maybe you can answer that question first before sharing about the common challenges that Singapore is experiencing. Thank you.
Thanks. Actually, the challenge is related to the question from Ms. Hiroko-san. So it's one and the same. So ultimately, for Singapore, scale is talking about recycling systems. So in the beverage container return scheme, the PET bottles will be collected, but because of the scale, the quantities do not make a domestic recycling plant commercially viable. So currently, I understand that sort of collected PET bottles are exported for recycling. So although technically under the Basel Convention, sorted PET bottles is all uniform, it should be able to move across borders with no issue. There's not even a need for PIC for that. But sometimes what we understand from industry is it depends on the interpretation of the custom officer for the day. So sometimes the waste companies say that they still face issues or frictions in terms of the exporting, because although it is uniform, but then the custom officer may say, oh, actually, we think that there's some contamination here because there's still labels on the bottles, or some of the bottles may not be fully clean. So that's why with the BCRS scheme, to ensure that all the collected bottles will be successfully exported for recycling, they are looking at though we cannot have a full recycling facility here, can we minimally have the initial processing of the PET bottle? So for example, just do a flaking and washing plant. So because once it has been flaked, it is considered just a raw material, and there should be no restriction whatsoever in terms of exporting it to recycling facilities anywhere in the world. So that's one of the things going ahead. So back to this question of these other issues about minimum recycled content. Again, it is scale, right? Singapore, we are a very small market. So discussions on sort of minimum recycled content, I understand that it hasn't gone very far in terms of the EPR options. So EPR options considered had largely be more on downstream measures. So if upstream mandates like PCR, minimum recycled content, the sense is probably less effective in a market like Singapore's, because these major companies, they are not going to change their packaging for your small market, right? They are not going to change how they're going to produce the product for your market. So if they find that they cannot meet your requirement, they may just say that, oh, I won't be bothered to sell to Singapore. So our consumers will then be denied of some consumption choices. So that's why it comes back to my earlier point of there's an opportunity to do EPR at an ASEAN level. If we can coordinate some of these measures as more and more ASEAN members start implementing EPR, then collectively we are a market of 600 million, and no producer, no matter how big, can deny that. So if we can collectively say, if you want to sell into the ASEAN market, these are our requirements, so they will probably really pay attention and do the best that they can to meet the requirements that we have here.
Thank you very much. Very good point on that, on the regional cooperation on the EPR, and to actually highlight the opportunity for us in ASEAN country as a big market together for like PCR and recyclable plastic packaging as well. So move over to Indonesia. Farah, could you share us a little bit about the gaps and challenges that Indonesia is facing, and what do you think is the common challenges that we together as ASEAN countries are facing together?
Yes, thank you. So for Indonesia, before it's a voluntarily, and there's this a lack of enforcement. There are many what you call uncompliant producers that then became situations where the compliance ones complain to the government that why you don't enforce real regulations, so then the other can get away with it. So those processes of making them adhere with the regulations is one thing. But then there's this, with the stricter regulations, hopefully there can be some compliance. But enforcing that, it takes a lot of enabling situations, which is incentive, disincentive in terms of financial, what you call financial sanctions, for the uncompliance one. The consumers, from the consumer's endpoint, we did receive a result study from Brunel University under the PISA study that when they do a living lab in one of the sub-districts in Indonesia, they tested consumer and seller acceptance toward products that is using recycled materials. And it was tested in a small vendors, we call it warung, small depot, selling candies and daily grocery stuff. And it proved that the products are affordable, convenient, and acceptable, and showing that reuse can realistically displace single-use sachet. Sachet is highly used in Indonesia. Is one of the persistent packaging in Indonesia that's consistently available across warungs. But then we can see that there's this systemic barriers where logistics, supply chains, consistency, and behavioral change, highlighting that the reuse models need supportive infrastructures to scale. Again, scale is another never-ending challenge, as Casey said. But there's this demonstrated potential where our low-income communities who were sachet dominates, provided the system is designed to fit local retail practices, it can work. So is the policy that backs up all this. In scaling, reuse requires integrations with the EPR system, regulatory support, and the participations of producers, especially the FMCG, not just awareness campaigns. This is from the consumer points of view. So when you say educated consumers, there is also educated producers. So those things in Indonesia, I think Thailand also facing the same thing. And also the last one is the strategy for engaging the informal waste actors in the whole conversations of the EPR. And Indonesia hasn't been able to do that. Small initiatives has been done in several cities. Sort of worked for one initiatives, but when we continue, I think there's still gaps of enhancing it into a wider national coverage. That's all from me. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Farah. Very good reflection on the challenges, and I think we're facing the same thing as well as for consumer awareness, and also about the integration in informal sector. We have some initiatives as well to semi-formalize the informal sector, but it's still like underdeveloped. I think they prefer to work independently as the like association of informal workers themselves. But I think Kun Wasana and PCD are also trying very hard in terms of integrating the informal sector into the EPR schemes as well. So next, let's hear from Malaysia. Dashni, could you share us a bit about the challenges that Malaysia is now facing in terms of scaling EPR? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I think even the fact that when I was listening to my fellow panelists, all, if not all, a lot, if not all of what was mentioned are common challenges that we're facing. So clearly there's a lot that's similar about our struggle in that, you know, there is issues or we're still considering the introduction of standards in a way that would be receptive to the industry. Of course, we do not want to disrupt existing business operations or as Mr. Casey put it, you know, cause our domestic market to be closed off, right? That's not the intention with any of these regulations. So it's clear that there is similarity in those issues, but I do think at this point when it comes to designing EPR, we're at a very opportune situation where we can design it with our national realities, but harmonize it regionally, as Mr. Casey also mentioned. So when we're talking about standards, what I think is good is we have a lot of references when it comes to, for example, eco-design or minimum recycled content from the EU. A lot of this cannot be copy-pasted, of course, to our region. But I think the conversations that we're having and the fact that a lot of national governments are already looking into the feasibility of eco-design, EPR, minimum recycled content in domestic markets, using the framework of these EU policies as a starting point for the discussion means that it's likely we may end in some form of a harmonized system, hopefully, right? So I think with the PPWR, the packaging and packaging waste regulation that's coming out of the EU, which is highly targeted to, you know, packaging waste, I think it would be good that the governments in this region can use that and examine how it would look in the Malaysian context or in the regional context, so that we have a baseline that is also ensuring that we're competitive and we're also, you know, there's access to markets essentially, because this is a standard that a lot of companies are already considering. I echo, of course, the challenges with consumer behavior and engagement. It is not an easy challenge because I think many people have already been have experienced life and consumption in a certain way, that this is a new discussion a lot of the times. But at the end of the day, even as Ibu Farah was saying earlier, you see that there are examples where this is successful. You know, through Maria's projects, when we do engage communities, we see a reception, we see a change in behavior, and it comes down to ultimately the trust. If they know that these systems work and are leading to the products being recycled, as Mr. Casey also mentioned, it's ultimately if they're doing all this work, is it going to end up in the right places? And if it doesn't, then, you know, the system will not work, right? So it's definitely a challenge, but I think it's a solvable one. I think the only other concern or opportunity here is with regards to the recycling industry itself. So Malaysia has a very long established recycling industry. And I think the World Bank also pointed out that, you know, since 2019, it has become an area also for import, and we're heavily reliant on plastic imports at this point. So I think there's an opportunity for EPR policy, and also minimum recycled content policy and eco-design to be very responsive to this industry in shifting the reliance from imported feedstock to being able to provide good quality feedstock. As Kun Wasana also mentioned, it's about the availability at the end of the day. If that doesn't exist, we might be causing our recycling industry to, you know, go out of business potentially, because I know in the region there's also a lot of attention put to reducing imports and sometimes even outright bans on imports of certain recyclates or waste, which is very important. But at the same time, I think these policies need to come in to supplement and ensure that the industry can also survive and play its role in the circular economy, so that we're actually able to, you know, close the loop in a sense. So yeah.
Thank you very much. All the very good points there. And also, I would like to touch a bit on the imports. I think in Thailand we have the import bans, right? Kun Wasana, since the 1st of January last year. And from our review and in-depth interview with the recyclers in Thailand, we've seen that I think almost all of the PCR that has been produced in Thailand come from domestic waste. But we see opportunity for export for the PCR, also to export the post-consumer waste can be like recycled somewhere else as well, I think. We have discussed quite a bit on the challenges that we are facing. Now let's move on to see where the opportunities are to harmonize and cooperate as our ASEAN countries together. And I would like to echo what Casey has mentioned a few times already, that circularity needs scale as well as the PCR as well. I think to scale the PCR, you actually need cooperation even bigger than just one country itself. So may I start with Kun Wasana? Where do you see as the opportunity for us as ASEAN to cooperate together?
Okay, thank you. In the last slide of Singapore, you mentioned about the standard and of the collection and sort for the recycled materials. I think it's really a good idea because it's linked to the standard, the harmonized standard for the PCR in our regions. I think the harmonized some kind of the eco-design guideline, some kind of the guideline for the eco-design of products for the recycling, and maybe it's when we talk about some kind of problematic materials, what kind of problematic materials in our regions, we need to understand in the one way, because if not, maybe it's different definition, maybe it not cannot harmonize, and we need to standardize the labeling of the product to promote some kind of mono materials packaging. And I think the development, the common definition of recyclability, maybe it's different in each country that we define what kind of the recyclability of the products. Next to the PCR quality standard, as Singapore mentioned, I think is a very good concept, because if not, we cannot build for the quality and the quantity of the product in our regions. Maybe is in ASEAN, I think we have the best infrastructure for the advanced recycling to do the PCR in our region. I think it's a good point for us to do the standard and the to reduce the technical barrier, and we support the investment in the infrastructure about the PCR in our region. It is from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kun Wasana. So yeah, I do agree with you that Thailand is very well adapted for the recycling infrastructure, and we can provide like a recycling hub for the region as well. And also I strongly agree with you about the harmonization of the definitions and the eco-design guideline and the standards. Okay, over to you, Casey. Could you share us where the opportunities are for ASEAN cooperation?
At the risk of sounding like a broken record player, it's just harmonize. There's a lot of things that we really need to harmonize. And I think this point really hit home when we are engaging the stakeholders for the beverage container return scheme, because a lot of the beverage producers, they don't produce for just Singapore market. They see the Malaysian and Singapore market as one entity, and they put the same type of cans and bottles in both markets, right? And because we have this PCR, right, some of them, they need to change the barcode, right? So that the reverse vending machines can identify which bottle has a deposit and which bottle does not. So that introduces costs into the supply chain. So the more we can harmonize, the more we can keep the cost low, for all our stakeholders in achieving the objective of circularity. But recently, I've been thinking more about, okay, yes, even we all agree that harmonization is good, how are we going to make this a reality? How should we pursue this? So I've been thinking, within ASEAN, we have this annual ASEAN Ministerial Meeting on the Environment, AMME. And under that, we have about 6 or 7 working groups on different aspects of the environment. So this whole issue, doesn't fall neatly under one of the existing working group. So, which is why I think there's no suitable owner in the existing ASEAN processes to push this forward. So perhaps then it is something that needs to be considered, whether there's a need to create a different working group, right, to pursue this a bit with more sort of laser focus. Now that I'm not in government, it's a bit harder for me to push this. So maybe Kun Wasana, being in PCD, can help to push this idea along, right? And this year's, ASEAN or AMME, raise this, potential and opportunity for all of us. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Casey. I think Kunwasana has taken note on that already. And I think she has joined like quite many international meetings and also with the committees and also the representatives from Thailand into like many different working groups on environmental and plastic management as well. So I think we can rely on her for the next step for the implementation of harmonization among ASEAN countries. So move over to you, Farah. Could you share us where the opportunities are to work together as ASEAN countries?
Yes, thank you. Harmonizations is, I think, it is a broken record, but I think it's very crucial. That's why I think the idea of having that forum or that working group is essential, so everyone can sit and get things done. I think the functioning forum is very important. A functioning is, I think, I need to be bolded, underlined, because somehow it does some paperwork, but somehow when you go back and then it needs to be got implemented, and it needs to catch up with the timely needs of each countries. Well, each has its own situations, its own context that very challenging for each to be able to address. So then the question is, for this forum, possibly a in learning sessions, a learning forum where you can learn from each other, can apply it immediately. So the needs from Indonesia is the capacity. With the now reformations, quite what you call ambitious reformations agenda from the current president, everyone is being pushed to do it right in terms of level of implementations. For that, it needs people to do things as a change agents and making sure that it can move systematically. So despite there's this national forum, this regional forum will put a push, creating demand with harmonizations, possibly, for example, for regional harmonization on eco designs, just what we discussed. That will be a push from the producer side, but then it needs to go back again to the inputs of the waste itself, which is now is our main challenge in Indonesia. So I think standard that we try to aim for an eco-decent standards or eco or any type of EPR content targets that we want to targets, it needs to have that similar capacity to be able to deliver. Indonesia is such a vast country, so I think we realize we are the major player in putting plastic in the oceans, in polluting the environment, and we have to deal with our domestic issues. But at some point, we need to adhere. So that became our push from the regional to central and then down to the community, and it became a shared targets.
All right, thank you very much. Now let's hear from Dashni in regards of Malaysia. What do you think is the opportunity for us to work together?
Yeah, so very quickly, I think just echoing some of what I think by going last, I'm repeating a lot of what has already been mentioned because they're such good points. I'd like to echo what Kumasana said about removing technical barriers, I think, in this region. So beyond just standards when it comes to eco-design and minimum recycled content, when it comes to EPR, the reporting formats or auditing processes, if there are opportunities for that to be streamlined across the region, I think that would really reduce the burden of compliance and increase, as a result, compliance within the region. And it's also an important consideration, I think, when we're talking about EPR, to consider what satisfies that responsibility. I think in the region, we're all thinking about this at the same time, but some countries are deciding to stick with a very narrow recycling requirement, which means companies can only discharge their requirements if they recycle, but others are looking at a broader recovery-based target. So as long as they can collect and use one of the waste reduction strategies that are at their disposal, then they have satisfied their targets. Or there are many different ways of discharging this responsibility, but that complexity itself is also very difficult for companies to comply with. And if there's a way for us at a regional level to come together on that, I think that would also be a very good opportunity to increase compliance. I'd just like to mention here two things. One is, I think, an ongoing initiative that's very good that Maria has also been a part of, which is the CMAP initiative under ASEAN, the ASEAN Secretariat, which has been funded by the World Bank. Maria has been working together with this platform for like the past year, and it has been very useful in building knowledge and capacity building. And I think it's a good place for us to also consider best practices, which are very regional. So an example of what I think they're working on, which is also very different and does not exist, is collection, sorting, and recycling best practices. So I think we're not only looking at recycling in this region of the world, we are also talking about problems with collection and sorting. In fact, that seems to be the biggest bottleneck. So if there's a way for us to introduce some form of a standard which encourages best practices for not only recycling, but collection and sorting itself, I think that would really increase our rate of recovery and ability to actually collect for recycling. And the second point that I have is, I think this region also has a competitive advantage in that we are sort of the first movers when it comes to halal rPET, so this industry is a huge market, and it's a huge industry which Indonesia and Malaysia have been kind of leading the discussion in this space, and it would be good for ASEAN to come together and see how we can use this also as an economic strength and an offering. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you very much, Darshini. I think you have a very good point there, and also a different perspective on halal rPET. And then I think Farah also agree with that. That's one of the potential area that we can focus as ASEAN countries as well. I think we have discussed quite some time already. Actually, it could continue forever on this topic, but because we have limited time until 3 p.m. today, so maybe I just want to wrap up that you can see here that as ASEAN countries, we have different stages of EPR implementation, but we have one goal. We want to move towards better and more sustainable plastic management, because we one of the main cause of the main responsible countries for the plastic marine debris right now in the world. And I think we are all aware of that, and now we are very determined, I think, working towards that goal together. And as Casey mentioned, that we have talked a lot about harmonization in many kind of stages and events. And now I think after this event, I hope that we can move on from discussion to implementation. I think that's one of the keywords that we have to move on. So before we leave the event, I would just like to share on the Slido, and there's a small 3 questions for our participants to join us as well in this discussion, and we'll see where they're from and what the actions that they think we need as ASEAN countries to move forward. So you can join the Slido by going to the slido.com and enter the code and the passcode, or we will share the screen so that you can log on from the QR code. The panelists, you can also join us. Yes, before we conclude, we can summarize on that, but let's go on the Slido for a bit now. Maybe we can start the first question.
The QR code doesn't seem to work.
Oh?
It says that there's no active poll at the moment. I'll try.
Oh, yeah. We haven't gone for the question. We're starting the question now.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. So the first question is just which country that you are working on or that you represent. I think most of our participants are mainly from Thailand. We have some colleagues from Indonesia and Philippines and definitely Malaysia as well. Yeah, but most of the participants are from Thailand, which is not surprising. Okay, let's move on to the next question. So what do you see as the biggest policy gap in your country's EPR system? Mm. I think this one may be, okay, the answer keep coming up. So recycling, ecosystem, harmonization of standard, the implementation, just voluntary, not mandatory, standardization, no legislation. Data auditing and compliance, no clear direction, need awareness, we need incentives. Yes, so I think most of the challenges or the barriers mentioned here also reflect what our panel has discussed so far. Yeah, let's move on for the next question. Let's see. Which capacity areas should ASEAN prioritize for regional cooperation? And for this question, you can rank top 3. What do you think are the 3 main priorities for ASEAN? So from what we can see here, the first 2 is about harmonization of eco-design guidelines, common definition of recyclability, and regional PCR quality standards, and with data and reporting systems. Yeah, so definitely the harmonization of eco-design guidelines is one of the key areas that we definitely have to work on together, and the clear definition of the recyclability. Okay, and last but not least, I would like to move on to the final question. And yes, so this one just to share a little bit of your commitment after today's seminar. So what concrete action will you push for in your country or institution after the seminar today? Mm. So we have like conduct social network analysis, more regional harmonization, PCR content standard and targets, advocate EPR standards, recycling habits and public awareness, develop a new project proposal, more regional harmonization. I think that's one of the key themes that coming in here today, right? Yeah, so this question is actually to ask for the commitment and engagement from all the participants today, because as I mentioned, we have discussed a lot so far. Now it's time for really the practical implementation so that everything that we have been discussed has come into reality. So could you stop sharing for now? So I would just like to conclude the seminar as well as the panel discussion today. So first of all, I would like to thank you again for all our speakers and our panelists. I think we have a very effective and active discussion so far about the struggles and the opportunities that we have as ASEAN countries. And we have a question from the chat box to actually briefly recap on the similarities and differences across the country. So as I mentioned that Vietnam and Philippines, I think they have already mandated the EPR. And also in Malaysia, they, as Dashni mentioned, that the law has been passed, right, in January this year.
So policy has been approved. The law is still being developed. Yeah.
Yeah, policy has been approved, but the EPI is still voluntary, right? So as well as in Thailand and in Indonesia, I think we are still under the development of the policy. And in terms of Singapore, I think you have mandatory data reporting for quite some time already on the packaging data. And now you have already set up the EPR for the electronic waste sector, and then gonna move on to the EPR for packaging sector. Yeah, I think that's the brief recap of the stages of the EPI implementation within the region. And as I mentioned before we start the session, that even though we are at different stages, but we are facing common challenges, and we should work together even more closely, and maybe ask Khun Wasana to set up a kind of working group under the ASEAN committee so that we can actually doing some practical harmonization across ASEAN countries. So thank you very much again to all the panelists, all the speakers, and all the participants. We hope after today's session, you can at least start one thing, or as you mentioned in the Slido, together. And then we collectively can move towards a more sustainable packaging solution as ASEAN region as a whole. So thank you very much again. Over to you, Khun Hathaikan.
All right, we are now at the end of today's seminar. So before you leave, may we kindly ask you to share your feedback by clicking the link in the chat box or scanning the QR code on the screen. Your feedback is very important to us and will help us improve our future activity. And on behalf of MTEC and UNEP, we sincerely thank you for your active participation and valuable contribution to today's discussion. Has clearly demonstrated that eco-design, EPR, and PCR are not isolated mechanisms, but interconnected pillars of sustainable plastic packaging management. And we look forward to continued collaboration across ASEAN countries to accelerate circular economy transition. And thank you once again, and we wish you a pleasant day. Goodbye. สวัสดีค่ะ
Bye. Have a good weekend.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Casey. Belated Happy Chinese New Year to you as well. Thank you for
Thank
sparing
you.
your time to join us. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you, Farah.
Bye-bye.
Hope to see you
Thank
again
you.
sometime in Thailand. ขอบคุณค่ะ Dashni, let me know if you ever come to Thailand, visit
Will
Thailand.
do.
We
Thank
need
you
to
so
meet
much.
up again. Thank you
Yeah,
so much.
definitely. Thank you.
ค่ะ
Bye-bye.
คุณ
Thank
วาสนา
you
พี่ไก่ขอบคุณนะคะ
ค่ะ
ขอบคุณ
ขอบคุณ
ค่ะ
ค่ะ
สวัสดีค่ะ
ฝากด้วยนะคะ คอมมิตี้ ค่ะ ขอบคุณค่ะ
ค่ะ